Joshua, good morning. How are you? Cleveland Chair, good to see you. Good morning. Bunga Bunga, good to see you this morning, brother. Check, baby, check. That just reminds me, I gotta turn on the news squawk, don't I? Here we go. All right, here we go. Check 1, 2. If you missed this, or if you have no exposure to this upside move, that's okay. We'll chat about that right away on the open this morning. How's Tesla doing right now, by the way?
One minute till we get the market on open imbalance. Also, less than a minute till we expect to get we expect to hear from Fed's Muslim giving opening remarks.
We might actually roll off this open. Hold on here. We might have a pullback here in the open. I want to sell the open for just a minute. So don't be trying to buy the open here. And I'm going to slide right over. And we're going to take a quick look. Good morning, by the way. You know, I just had this thought come through my mind just now. And
10 seconds.
We've been streaming through, I think, 2 bear markets. And they're not easy.
Market on open imbalance. S&P 500 buy side 649 million. Nasdaq 100 buy side 3.4 million. Dow 30 buy side 132 million, and Mag 7 buy side 1.4 million.
They're not easy. And even when we have just like corrections, most traders are bulls.
At the open as much.
Check 1, 2. Okay, I can cut that guy down when I talk.
It's a reminder.
In his, I gotta fix that.
Seeing your stock indexes.
I'm supposed to be able to cut this guy's mouth off when I talk, but it's not clipping enough.
Up 2.48%. Also, Boeing shares climbing 7.2% to the highest intraday since March 28th.
So it's never easy in a bull market, or not a bull market, bear market in particular, or even a correction or a crash or a prolonged downside move. Back in mid-February, I asked in a stream, we turned this off here.
Voice news disconnected.
I charted out a path to 500. We went slightly below it, and I didn't believe that we'd go to 500. That was the low probability trade for the downside move. From mid-February 14th, I think I did that show at and I think it was like 10:30 in the morning. You can go back and look at it. But did I ever think we'd get to 500? No. And of course, every time we do something like this, it's painful. For a lot of investors, traders, uncertainty, you name it. And I notice it more when we're in big corrections like this with the chats. That's where I notice it. People get angry, yelling, screaming, all kinds of stuff. You know, they just get angry. And of course, we've got the Trump is a firebrand in particular. He brings controversy, right? And he knows that he's watching the stock market, right? We all know that. And we all know that you trade off him a lot. And it's brutal. It's brutal even for people that like Trump. I don't think it matters for them or against them or whatever. So, anyways, the reason I'm talking about that this morning is, what's important about that this morning is, if you're feeling any kind of left out, we still haven't broken out here. And I think that's what the critical thing is that we still haven't broken trend. And there's a second trend higher that we haven't broken out of. And if you were to sit back and just breathe for a minute, when you have that breakout, you still have to have the second breakout. And you're still going to pull back down. And then you actually break out, right? If you even do. And I want you to think about that on any time frame. So this could be a 1 minute chart. It doesn't really matter. An hour chart, a 5 minute chart. It doesn't really matter. When you have a decline like this, on any time frame, and even if you do break out, you get that back test and they bloodbath you usually, right? But even when you come back up here and you start to move higher, that daily trigger and that weekly trigger turns, or an hourly trigger, half hour trigger, whatever it is, there's still a lot of work before you're even in some kind of safety to continue on to the upside to make all-time highs or not, or new highs into the end of the year. There's so much to get there. So whenever you're missing these runs, these squeezes, it's like, oh shit, I missed it. And when we're blasting down, it's, oh no, I was caught in it. So I want you to think about those two things. Like, are you in particular on Monday's show, on Monday, if you go back and watch the Monday show at 2 p.m., I asked my wife and my daughter if one of them would come into my office and type out that we're complete. The downside move is complete we're going to go higher from here, which sounded insane, right? It's 2 o'clock in the afternoon on a Monday. The move is done. And we're all trained that we're going to have one more down day on Tuesday, get our turnaround Tuesday, and move higher. And in fact, bottom was at 2 p.m. on Monday. And I went back and looked at the tape, and she did type it in here. That was the bottom. So I want you to think about at 2 p.m. on Monday, was that the bottom? And it became constructive by like 2:30 in the afternoon. Then it super ramped the bell. And I want you to see where we are right now. And if you missed that, any of that move, and now you're bullish, or now you want to get long or anything like that, it's not really the place. And even if it is the place to get long for a little bit longer, there's a few things we need to talk about here. The first one is that these rolls are normal. First, these rolls like this are normal, okay? It's a normal trading pattern in the market. On our way down here, we have not peaked above once. I want to show you that. Every roll, we have not peaked above once. Right here, we almost peaked above, but we didn't. We still didn't peak above. And you really need that, you need the peak. Peek your head up, and then hold it, and then begin to get a new high. To even begin to get bullish again. Now, down here, same thing. No peak higher. And sellers got even more aggressive as we moved down. It came down early. Of course, we were up 12%, I think, on NASDAQ there. And they wanted this move right away, didn't they? And that didn't happen, did it? We did a half-back trade quick. And then immediately up. Just that alone pissed people off. And they wanted that right there. And they wanted this right here. So we're a little bit stronger than we were. But still note that when we got back up here, they came in again early, slam us down, right? So my point to you here is patience is the key. Here goes SPY squeezing up now. Just monster. We're going to close this gap right here. Watch us just crank up here and close this. Now, this is important. I was hoping this would happen here. So we're peaking. We're popping our head up right now, taking a look higher. See what's up here. Hey, what's up? What's going on? And you can see that wick. We just tagged our target, by the way. That was our target right there. Look closely. That was our target. There might be one more. They left a little bit of that gap behind, but look at it right there. They tagged it. And we're looking for that tag. We don't care, and we likely know it's going to roll now. But we just want to see that tag. We want to see the push higher that we're taking a look above. And we want more. We may not get it, but we may not get it right now. We might actually roll. We could roll all the way down here. And we'll watch for it. We'll watch for the pullback to see if we can get a new high to trade higher again. But what we want to see is in these rolls, you want to see the look higher. And here's the weekly trigger up here. We're not even there yet. That's the weekly trigger, way, way up there. So even just this would be huge. Now, where we are in the market, we have a tendency to not peak above. And even if we roll down, we have a tendency to not hit those highs. We end up having a series of lower and lower highs, and we just bloodbath down usually. We don't get any of these peaks up here. It's been every single time. You guys catch me in here. I'll be like making money. And then I'm in like a 0 to 8, and I'm trying to pick up that last little bit. So I want you to look at this and think back to what I just said to you about 15 minutes ago. And you're scared down here. You want to get long right here. And if you're a bull, how would you really look at all of this? If you're not long here, they're going to cut you up. So if you're a bull here and you have no exposure to the upside, you should be what? Where would you be looking to get long here? Nowhere in here. I mean, you could kind of intraday trade this, but if you're looking to get long, like swing long, it's over here. So if you ever see something like this, like an outlook like this, are you saying to yourself, oh man, I'm bulled up. I'm super bold. We're going to break out, bro. I'm bulled up, bro. We're going to break out. No. You can day trade this stuff if you want, as long as we hold support on an hourly trigger, but eyes should be over here. Whenever that roll comes, you should be waiting for it. Whether it's all the way down here, up here, doesn't matter. Up here, down here, 510, 500, you don't care. You don't care if blood's all the way down. You're just looking for the sign of the bottom and the new high, right? So you slam down here, or hold on, just delete all that. You slamming down here, no matter how deep it is. And the moment that you see that new high, you get the back test, the hourly triggers underneath you, and you're off and running. You're Ghost Rider. You're down here, you're doing it. I got you, Goose. I'm going. And that's putting risk on in the marketplace. And I can't tell you when to do that or how to do it. I can tell you how to do it, or I can give you the tools to do it. I can give you the rules to do it. But that's up to you individually to say, yeah, I'm going to take that long, and I'm going to put a stop underneath it, and I hope that's it. We think that's the bottom. Taking a good educated guess that that's where it is, and the stop's underneath, and you're long above. So just looking at where we are right now, if you were to look at this, you should be looking here. You don't care if we roll early. You don't care if we don't tip our head up. You don't even care about that, nor that. You're just looking for that. You're looking for that roll, right? Because that's how things go, right? We go down, right? We trade sideways, right? And then down, right? Sideways and then down. Same thing, right? We go up, we correct. It's either flat or it's sharp. You guys understand these concepts? Like, here, let me just go over here really quick. So we'll do Clorox because that fucking ticker never moves. Gives me a nice blank canvas. So I'm going to keep this simple. And it doesn't always follow this. And there are a whole bunch more rules. Like, can't violate this, got to do that, it's got to be long, got to be like don't worry about that stuff. The only thing you need to worry about is typically for trend up or trend down. Trend, right? Trend. If you have a downside move, right? Your first move higher will break this one, or it's fairly easy, right? And we can correct sharp or just sideways. Doesn't matter. You normally get one sideways and one sharp, but it doesn't matter. But you got 1, 2. This is usually your biggest one right here. 3, right? 1, 2, 3. This is usually your biggest move right here. 4 and 5. Same thing on the downside. Okay, so you get 1, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Same thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now, whenever you're done with that sequence, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Whenever you get done with that sequence, you typically have a corrective move. And that would be 3, right? So you're like 1, 2, 3. And then you start a new sequence. Now, if you start violating rules, you can change direction. And this gets longer, of course. And that becomes what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And we know that we're now shifting directions, right? Trend is now changing. But you're looking for those things. So before we get there, you're like, okay, we just did our thing right here. Right? Just did our thing. We get the new high. We know that we're going to start another trend higher. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? If we come down here and we fail to get that new high, you're going to say, holy shit, we're changing trend. 2, 5, right? And we have a trend shift, right? So I want you to think about those things when you're trading, right? I want you to think about like these moves. You might not get them perfect. That's why they call it a racer gang. And it's not always exact. And there's like all these fucked up rules. And I hate Elliot wave personally, but it tends to give you some idea, some kind of an idea. I guess that's Clorox, but we'll get rid of that. Of trend. So, you know, do you have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? 1, 2, and 3, right? 4 and 5, right? Trend change, trend change. I'm not looking for 1, 2, 3, am I? To get breakout. But if we do breakout, right, I can tell, hey, 1, 2, 3, holy shit, we just violated it. We're actually going to do 5 up again. Make sense? And we're out of there. So the way to think about that stuff when you're counting waves, I guess. And there's larger waves and smaller waves. There's a whole bunch of rules, but that doesn't really matter to you. And I don't really spend a lot of time on Elliot wave. I'm like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, okay. Or maybe I'll look for violations along the way, scaling out a little bit. At any rate, nice little pump up there, huh? This is probably top for right now. Let's go in 1 minute here. Take a peek. Now, one thing I would say would be do not short strength. Not quite yet. Let's go over to a main screen here. and we have to talk about a few things. So, I noticed this morning someone made a post about from Unusual Wills that said Goldman Sachs says brace for a bigger stock drawdown, wider credit spreads, and recession. And someone made a comment that it was they were caught short. I thought that was funny. That was great. But I think that's a good thing to keep in mind here. We have a low liquidity market, and we also have high volatility. And we have, it's not even uncertainty. I thought it was uncertainty about last week, but it's not uncertainty. We're in a trade war. That's what we're in. We're in a trade war. And you got to think about it like the boiling frog. You can't boil a frog in one day. It takes time to boil a frog. You're not going to panic everybody. You're intentionally, as White House policy, government policy, bank policy, company policy, executives from corporation policy, all the policy is going to try to have you remain calm as they continue to try to change our economy. Now, I don't know if they're successful or not. I read some shit this morning about two different places. I read Trump's getting cold feet, Trump's backing off, all kinds of stuff. I need you guys to understand that you must understand the difference between a dispute and a war. And they're two different things. When you are in a dispute with a friend, a family member, a work associate, if you maybe you're in the back end of that, human resources comes and tells you, sorry, Jim, you've had taken 2 or 3 unexcused absences, you're late to work every day, and we're going to write a plan for you to correct these issues. Right? And so you work on those individual known things. They don't fire you. Normally they don't, right? They intervene and say, we have some issues, right? We have some disputes with you. We want to resolve those things so that you have a job here. We want to keep you here. You do a great job, but you got these little things, right? Now there comes a point sometimes where you have to terminate an employee, right? They've either done something gross, negligence, gross, this, you name it, fraud, theft. It could be anything. I can't do drugs. I got in trouble once for terminating somebody for that, or they slicked me out. We'll talk about it sometime, but the point is that once you're in a war, there is no kiss and make up. That does not happen. You go to war and one side loses every time. They'll call them peace negotiations. They'll call them truces. They'll call them whatever the fuck you want to call them to save face. That's not what it is. So I need you to understand that when you see squeezes like this or moves like this and you see positive news or Trump's doing this or Besson's doing that or whatever, you have to understand that there's 2 participants right now in this war. And China doesn't have to do a fucking thing. They're at war with us. We picked a war with them. It doesn't end there. And this would be the complete antithesis of wearing a MAGA hat. It says, make America great again, doesn't it? This would break the entire platform of MAGA. It would break the entire platform of the factory builds. It would break the entire platform of everything that's been done so far. They've told you along the way what they're going to do. So who is that message for? It's for you. It's for me, for Bob on Main Street. It's for Mary. So just be aware of that stuff. Be aware that even though we're trading higher, and we can trade higher, we can also trade a recession trade. But we're not in a recession trade. We are in a depression trade. We might not be trading it today, but that second roll will come. And if they stay on course and don't lose this trade war, no matter where we trade, if we trade a failure of all-time highs, then make an all-time high at the end of the year, that does not mean we're in a bull market. Until this trade war is resolved and someone loses, we will then trade into that depression trade. We're making fundamental changes to our economy right now. This is really big, serious stuff. And you just need to be aware of it. Doesn't mean that we're not going to go higher. Doesn't mean we're not going to crash. Doesn't mean we're going to go lower. Any of that kind of stuff. I just need you to be a high context informed person as you trade this market, and be aware of it. That it's there still, no matter what they tell you. It is intended. Think about how many times you've crafted a statement or a conversation with a child, with a wife, a husband. You've thought about a boss. I have to think about this conversation. I'm going to give a speech. I'm going to give a presentation. I'm going to write an essay. I'm going to answer a question. You have to think through what that audience, who that audience is, and how you're going to address it, right? When I speak to my 9-year-old, she's not 9 anymore, but she was. But when I spoke to her when she was 9 or 6 or 3, that conversation was always different, right? You give a conversation to a child at a level that they can comprehend, understand, and then you progressively explain more and more as they get older. You don't go to a child and go, yeah, the Pilgrims came over on the Mayflower and they devastated Native Americans at 3 or 4 or 5, 6 years old, right? You simplify things, and as they get older, you explain more and more to them as they get older. Same with school and college and high school and college and grad school and all that kind of stuff. So I want you to just think about the message at all times. Why is this message like this? What is going on that I don't see? It's not always nefarious. It's just, why are they telling me this right now? There's a reason for it. It's not nefarious, conspiratorial, or anything like that. But why is the message there? There's a reason why the message is there. You're not going to go out there. You're not going to get Trump coming out and telling you, or Bessent, or Jerome Powell is probably one of the few that have been honest with you. If you listened to his Q&A, and if you watched that video that I posted and had pinned on my Twitter about a depression, watch that Q&A, read the wiki that I posted in the brief the other day, and then watch that video, watch the Q&A, and read about what the Fed did in the original depression trade. And they're doing a playbook. They literally got the playbook out from the depression trade, and that's what they're running. And it's why you're not getting a cut unless it's scheduled. And even if it's scheduled, you may not get it. You might actually see rampo-rama in rate hikes as we progress through this trade. And things will begin to make more sense to you when you begin to say, you know what, I'm going to stop listening to these guys over here telling me it's a dispute, and I'm going to start focusing on what they're telling us in reality. Like, and Jerome Powell's probably, I don't know why, but Jerome Powell seems to be the only truth teller to some extent, or at least we're going to do this, we're going to do that. And I'm like, oh yeah, that actually looks like something he's talking about shit that I've read. And he even mentions it. He even says we haven't seen this in modern history. We have no examples in modern history. He's telling you. Last time we went through something exactly like that or similar to this was the depression trade. So keep that in mind until the trade war is done. Not we coulda, shoulda, might. We're going to do this. You never know. Maybe not that many tariffs. All the talk. Talk means nothing. We're going to focus on what the reality is and how it can impact the market and you, because normally the economy doesn't match the stock market. Stock market's typically a leading indicator, not a lagging indicator of what's to come. But even though the stock market's a leading indicator, if the economy is going to fundamentally shift, we have not had an example of that since the 1930s, earlier, 18 to 30. Maybe earlier. Could be slightly earlier, depending on who's arguing about it. But you could say it started pre-World War I. And then built up and led up into that. But that's not a conversation for the stock market. So, but in this time period, it does matter. The economy, the fundamental shift in our economy does matter for you as a stock market participant. So if the stock market's a leading indicator, and you got hopes that we're going to go back to a bull market, we're going to go back to this, we're going to go back to that, and whatever, there will be another trade to the downside. We stay on this course. There will be that depression trade. It comes. and it will lead before we get there. And it will take time to get there. It's not a one-day thing. Even the Great Depression took not many, but a few years to get into it. It took years. It wasn't 1 year, wasn't 6 months, wasn't 3 months. It was a progression to the downside. And not only that, it took through into World War II to recover into the 1950s. And then from there, it was another 2 fucking decades. You could even say it was a transformation in the 50s and 60s, and then not until 1978 do we get our next big change. We got a big change in the 50s and 60s, the tax code, and then we got a big change in modern monetary theory being applied in the late 1970s, early 80s. But that's a fucking process. It's huge. Huge. So, anyways, getting through all that. This morning, let's take a peek at the market, see where we're at. Don't be trying to fucking go crazy and short and go crazy here. Don't go crazy just yet. So let's take a peek here and see where we're at. And I do want you to know something here. Where we are currently in price. This is what? 542. The market begins to see positive flows here. It gets better with positive flows, trend followers, commitments of traders higher. That's where the weekly trigger is. That's 5650. It gets strong, but this does trigger buying. Some buying. It does trigger some vol control. It does trigger some COTs. It does trigger some CTAs. Not in the way that you think. It's not immediate. But it does become more supportive. If we trade up here, you will get some support, some. If we trade above the weekly and backtest successfully, you're going to create trend followers somewhere in here in a more robust fashion. But we're not there yet, are we? So let's take a look really quick at where we are today at this moment here. And I guess we did miss the top here just by a C here. I'd really like to see, we traded, this is 542. I'd really like to see like 545, maybe 548 and a half, but not required. So let's take a quick, closer inspection here. Remember, I'm doing this shit on an hourly chart. This is a 1 minute chart. It's not going to be exact. Hold on here. Bring this up and see where we are. And where are we right now? We just back tested. We just back tested R3. Bears always get R4s, R5s. Bulls never. If you ever hit an R4 and R4 or R5 as a bull, you're going to sell the fuck out of the market on day 2. It's closing that day, you sell hard. R3, not so bad right now. We do have an indecision candle here, high peak here, and a high peak here. Just look at that candle. Vicious. Look at that candle right there. Candle's like, nope, fuck you. Huge, that wick. So what we're going to do here is, we're just going to take a peek right here. We're actually going to do a strike across that top wick. Make that red. We're going to bring our, let's take a look at this at a higher frame here. Hold on. Go to a 5 minute and a 15 minute. Take a peek here. Just want to check. Because of this candle. This candle's vicious. Think tight here. We got a little, I think, yeah, we caught most of that gap right there. There's a little bit of gap there, but there's a wick up there too. We got this stuff down here. It's 5 minute. Let's take a peek at the 15 minute really quick. Horse trading going, a lot of horse trading going on up here. Let's take a peek at both of these. Come on now, kick in. And this is the 930 candle. Let's put this in here. candle right there. Base. So we got our green box right here. Pretty good, right? We got another green box right here. That's a 15-minute basis. And then we're going to go back to a 5-minute basis here. Go back here and just check this out. That all looks good. That all looks good. There's a little sweep down here. Pre-market. Put that one in. Go to a 1-minute basis. And we use our rules, don't we? So if we're trading our rules and our tools, let's take a look at what's going on in the background. Just see where we are here. Actually, yeah, we tagged it. That was that. We actually tagged it. Look at that. We actually pin struck it. That's a pin strike right there. 545.38. That was a measured move, by the way. So we actually did pin strike there. That's good to see. On a 30-minute basis, I guess maybe not a 30-minute. Maybe I gotta. Maybe it's. What the fuck is going on down? That up. That thing up here. Let's take a look at 30 minutes and just see what it's telling us. Let's get rid of this white line for a minute so we can just take a peek. We're kind of topping out here. We haven't seen a move like that in a while. This is about maxed out on the hourly basis. On a daily basis, though, we're extremely bullish. Extremely bullish. We're going super negative, and then we're now becoming flat, neutral, with an expectation of a big daily move up here. See it? So all this is matching up pretty good. This all looks really good. How many people are watching this show right now? I'm getting maxed out on my bandwidth here. So see the gap down there? I want to show you this too. Go back over here. See the gap down here? Big old gap left behind. 534.85. This is from your brief last night. Almost near perfect. See it? Almost near perfect. Close that gap. So, if you are a bull trying to not get cut up, you are looking for what? Some kind of a roll to the downside over here. 533.93, and your hourly trigger will be coming up. Your half-hour trigger will be coming up as well. If you're looking for a long, it's down here. If you're looking to trade, if you're like, hey, Cap, we're not going to do that. We're just going to start cranking. It's possible that we park right here and wait for this half-hour trigger and hourly trigger to come up, come screaming higher to just go higher. That's possible. We could go sideways, consolidate the move, and then plug higher later in the day. But we do also have some volatility expected tomorrow. So maybe we get the move done today. So we'll trade price action and not all of our tools and rules. Or we'll use our tools and rules while trading price action. Currently, the 1-minute trigger is on the daily. We have our base, and we now have our top. See our top, the red line. And we know that R4 is up here. And R5 is right up here. 553, 547. And these match ES magnets up higher up here. So it's possible we can get up there. Let's just take a look at this. And we're going to type or put in some, here's 10 o'clock. We know the sellers come out when? When the sellers come out and we don't have vol control. They come out at 10 and 10:30. Vol control usually takes a swipe at the market at 10, at 12 and 1 o'clock, right in that zone area there. So we got 10 and 10:30. And what do we have going on here? Let's look at this. We have a wick. This wick right here is exactly at 10:30. They came right in, slam. Right on the minute. So we now have what? We're looking for a new low before we get to 10:30. If you're a bear, you're looking for a new low. That's it. So here's your low prior to. You don't even need these here. You've got this right here. It's really all you need. You just need that one right there. That's all you really need to know. So the bears have what? They have a chance now they have a low before 10 a.m. They want to see a low before we get to 10:30 if possible. So even if we go higher, right, they're looking to sell this down into 10:30, right? They want to get us down to a second low, lower low on the half. And this is going to be their chance. And we know where the high is here, 545.39. And we have this. I would say that's the high. This is probably a fake high. I think they call these fake wicks. I think that's what it's called, a fake wick. If you're an Elliot wave guy, I'm not an Elliot wave guy, but I've read the book. I think I have one of the books right here. Hold on. Thought I did. I don't know where the fuck it is, but at any rate, maybe I'll try to find it later and show it to you guys. At any rate, this could be a fake wick here. So what we'll do is we'll put one more right there. Just in case that's a fake wick right there. And we now have what? What do we have going on? We've got what? What does Mr. Yen say? Don't get trapped, right? Diddle in the middle. So if we see a break higher, we can begin to target and take that trade up there. We're not quite there right now. If you want to trade within here, you can. Got to remember that they're going to try to send you down here. Just remember that this is the plan until 10:30. Send you down. You can try to if you have a failure up here, try to get short, take that down, but get out of the trade before we get there. And if you're trying to sell this in a meaningful way, are we below the 1 minute trigger? No. We're below the daily trigger? No. We're below the 5 minute trigger? No. Yesterday we spent time on bull planes and bear planes, and we're trading a 1 minute or 1 minute basis right now. So do we have this yet? No. Right? Just say no. Say, Cap, I know you're setting me up. Do we have this yet to go short? No. So we're not short just yet. You can trade inside here with a 10-second chart or whatever, but we're still bullish. Momentum is still bullish, and dips should be bought. I don't see the blast down of the depths of hell, the 10% straight down move just yet. So I would expect dips to be bought. Now, we got more to talk about here. SPX Gamma. Ooh, baby. Oh, bye-bye gap there. And SPX is now above the daily trigger. And we've left the gap behind. We have a huge zone to trade, don't we? Well, look at that motherfucker right there. We shouldn't be swearing. Sorry for swearing. If you're at home, I apologize. But we've got a giant gap up here. We got a giant gap down here. And the thesis here is they're going to attempt, right, or even pull back a little bit, tease you down here, attempt to take this out, roll us down and close all that out, and then go higher, right? Basically, right? The roll. You get the gist here, right? Now there's something else fascinating here. The gamma flip was at 55.60. So this is positive gamma. So if we get up there and can hold that, you could see like more supportive market, couldn't you? When the market becomes supportive before we take the roll to the downside, and we get violence below this. So if we go up here and try to take care of that, if we break below it, you should see that downside move, right? So if we go back to the trigger screen, and you're like, hey, Cap, why do you think we're going to do something like this? Kind of an upside move, right? Because that's positive gamma, isn't it? If we slip below that positive gamma, we go violent, don't we? Down, right? Back in a negative gamma. We can break out and get out of here, but we're not there yet, are we? Price action hasn't told us that yet at all. So, for right now, where we are, we're still in what? Negative gamma. Say yes, Cap, or negative gamma. Gamma flip is higher. We're still in negative gamma. So be aware of that. At any point, we can roll to the downside violently and hard. But if we go a little bit higher here, we might be able to start making a higher trade. So they're going to get two shots at it. They got a shot at 10 a.m. They're going to take another shot at it at 10:30. And we're going to find out if they are successful or not. That's not counting closing gaps. I want you to think about that too. You know, if we've got a trend higher here, we can trade up here and we can trade down here, no problem. That's still in trend. So just pay attention to that. Closing gaps does not mean we're going to go blast down. Oh, Cap, we lost, you know, or Cap or a negative gamma. We're going to go to the depths of hell. No, we're still on trend. So you need to see the bear plane, and you need to see the hourly and half-hour trigger get lost for that trade. If there was a rule right now that you could bet yourself on, would be if we're above the hourly trigger, you're trying to get long. If we're underneath the hourly trigger, you're trying to get short in a meaningful way. With stops above and below. So we'll just leave this here right now. And we're going to chat about gamma really quick. Boeing up 5.3% this morning. Fuck yeah. Yeah, I think I said all of this already without reading this already. 100%, 100%, 100%. I'm going to read something to you from Goldman Sachs here. While we acknowledge the recent deceleration in options volumes, we note that retail investors have continued to be steady buyers of NDX and SPX single stocks year to date. And we view these individual investor equity buying decisions as more influenced by their employment status than their equity market views. I'm going to read this to you. Again, I'll go over this again really, really slowly this time. Quote, while we acknowledge, so I've told you all this stuff, right? We're heading towards positive gamma. You should see the market not get crazy. You need CTAs, COTs, funds, deployment of money. You want retailers, not these retailers, but you want everybody excited. We're not there yet, are we? Still not there yet. We could become constructive above the weekly trigger. We already know that. First stage of that is right where we are on the daily trigger. But I want to read this to you. So, quote, while we acknowledge this is from GS, while we acknowledge the recent deceleration in options volumes, we note that retail investors have continued to be steady buyers of NDX and SPX single stocks year to date. And we view these individual investor equity buying decisions as more influenced by their employment status than their equity market views. Their employment status than their equity market views. That harks back to the conversation I was having to you with, hey, stay focused on we're in a trade war, no matter what that positive commentary is, right? We do not expect individual investors selling in the near term, as it would take time for job losses to occur and subsequent individual investor selling to materialize. So if we have a deterioration in our economy, and let's say people are telling you we're still in a bull market, or we're in the recession trade, which still means we're going to go back to just prior all-time highs. We might even get all-time highs into the year. Remember that the only buyers right now, they're not foreigners, they're not banks, they're not funds, they're not institutions, they're you and I, and they're also monies that are or flows into the market that are mechanical. Like I have a 401k. My charter, if I'm the fund, says I have to deploy cash. I can still manage it, shorting it, so that my client still makes money, but I have to do these things, right? It's part of. You guys ever see like people make fun of Kathy Woods? And they're like, she's the worst trader ever. She, gets out of Tesla when she should have stayed in longer. Or why did she lower this position and increase this position? Because of their charters. They're required to do certain things. They're required to hedge if we go too deep. They have rules for their investing that you don't have. But GS goes on to say, we do not expect the individual investor selling in the near term, as it would take time for job losses to occur and subsequent individual investor selling to materialize. Retail is also soon going to be joined by corporate America, as the blackout window is estimated to slowly open starting this Friday. So you'll see buybacks, right? I was actually talking about the corporate bond facilities reopening. Jesus Christ. At any rate, just keep in mind that if you're getting bullish, just have that shit looming in the back of your head. If you're getting bearish, like I want to see us trade 1,000 tomorrow, Cap, it's going to take time. So if you're like a bear, easy. With the I want it all today. If you're a bull, don't be drinking the bull Kool-Aid on highs. I'll be honest with you. These are mechanics that take a lot of time to work through. And unless we have real resolution, it would look like a summit. It really would. Have you guys ever heard of a summit? When I was a child, I was alive for these things called summits. We had them with Russia, and they were big news. These guys would get together, right? These are the leaders of the world that were wanting to kill the whole world, right? And they would have summits, and these presidents and premiers and prime ministers and dictators and whatever, they'd all get together and they would talk about not murdering the world. You would see something like that in this case, more than likely. More than likely, you would see capitulation or some kind of a no, we're not doing that, or we're not going to blow each other up at least, or start a fighting war, or a hot war. They go to a cold war next. Actually, trade war would get more brutal. Then you'd have probably some kind of sort of meetings to not turn into a hot war or into a major World War III, right? And even in those cases, you could also have proxy wars going on. So this is a process that should take time, unless it's all bullshit, which I don't think that it is. Nothing says that it's bullshit. So what you're being told and fed is for you to sit in the pot of water. And it's easier for people to absorb pain slowly. You know, if I was in the army, right? It was well, maybe it's not a great example, but when I was in the army, I was slowly introduced to pain, you know, over time. And so that when I was actually in pain, I was already familiar with it. Make sense? So you don't panic. I don't know if they do in the military anymore, this stuff, but I remember one time I was in I used to like to fight when I was a kid and stuff, played sports. I was rough. But I remember when I was in the army, we did this, we were transitioning hand-to-hand combat. I originally went in and it was like bugle sticks and kill, right? Kill. And then we like slowly switched to, I forget what it's called now. I'm getting fucking old, but we switched to like, we were doing yoga, we were doing Muay Thai and jujitsu to not kill somebody, crowd control type stuff. But it was fascinating because I had been in street fights or whatever, and fights as a kid and sports and you name it, right? But when I was in the army, they would put me up. I was a good fighter, so good hand-to-hand combat guy. So they just kept round robining us until the biggest, baddest motherfucker in my battalion, I got to him, and he was too big for me, too many pounds on me. He was a fucking bull, and he whooped my ass. But they made sure I got my ass whooped pretty hard, pretty bad, so that I knew what that was like. They wanted me to know what it was like to be overrun. They wanted me to know what it was like that you never want to fight with bayonets, fixed bayonets. You never ever want an enemy getting that close to you within 25 meters, 50 meters, whatever. And if they do, how quickly you can be killed, right? Maimed. And they want you to feel it. And that was through everything in the army. Everything I did to train to finally go to war was always some progression of fuck you. I don't know if it's like that in the army anymore, but when I was in the army, it was always worse and 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 worse. It just like constantly got worse and harder and more difficult. What they say to me, they used to say to me, pain lets you know you're still alive. Every times where I like fucking be passing out, standing up, passing the fuck out. Anyways, it was just like this long progression leading up to a point where you can handle real pain like that. And this all looks like that right now. There's like flashing warning signs of warfare in my head right now. Anyways, still parked in here, aren't we? Just doing our thing up and down over here, aren't we? They're trying, aren't they? They really want to get us down here, huh? They want to get us right down there and guess a new low. We got the low here just before 10 a.m. We got another low just now. That's good to see. So they took us lower. All right. So now what are we looking for here? We're looking for the failure of buyers, right? We want to see buyers fail. Where do we want to see buyers fail? We want to see them fail somewhere. We want to see these buyers fail again. Or not fail again. We got the sellers coming in again. And we want to see these buyers fail in here. They should come in here and just get vicious. So watch out for a quick rip to the downside. They will take one more stab at it between now and 10:30 normally. Not always, but I would expect them to come in here and try to hammer the market down really quickly. If they fail to hammer the market down really quickly and we do break higher, we're going to be looking for a long up over here. Take this up. We're not quite there yet. We're just patience, relax, and chill. And we'll draw this out. Now, this doesn't mean this is going to happen, but we're going to look for that high right there and that high right there. And I'd really like to see that one, but I don't know if we're going to see it. Now, we might not get it. If we begin to reject and trade down, we'll start looking for the downside trade. We'll draw that one in if it presents itself. You do not get long here unless you're trading at like a 10-second chart. You can like trade all this shit in here, but that's it. You can't dick around. Don't be getting long in here. You always want to see, like percentage wise for the higher trade. It's always after this bullshit. Never inside. You'll get trapped in here in a 1 minute chart or higher. So don't do shit. Just hang tight. No high. Just then. They got a couple more minutes to get a high. We'll watch it closely here. Good morning, by the way. I hope you're all doing well out there this morning. Had a little bit of good news. Got a little bit of good news. I finally got my tickets to last year. I moved to Detroit. I don't know many people here. I do a lot of traveling to see my friends out. I'm from the West. You don't know that. I'm from out west. Well, I wasn't born out west, but I spent most of my adult life in the West. Some time in the West Coast, most of my adult life in the West, right? Mountain West, places like that. And most of my friends are from there. Most of my long time, decades and decade-old friends are from out there. So when I moved to Detroit, Michigan, I had a culture shock when I moved here. And it's been progressively like culture shock. I've never quite gotten around it. When I lived in the West, when I first moved out West, I got out of college and I was still in the Army, went out West in the Army still. I didn't trust people from the West. They were too kind and nice, and they were genuine. They meant it, and they were very friendly. And I made a lot of good friends out there. So then I moved to the Midwest, and the Midwest is more, I always call it Minnesota nice. They're really nice people, but it doesn't mean they want to hang out. And we don't have a lot of shared experiences here. We have some, but not a lot. Like I can go to a ski mountain here when it's dumping 20, 30 inches and it's still dead. There's mountain biking here, but it's not massive. Mountain biking is actually pretty big here, but it's not massive. Like every person I know in this neighborhood doesn't own a mountain bike, a set of skis, set of sticks or whatever, and a surfboard and all that kind of stuff. So I've had a hard time making friends here in Michigan with shared likes and experiences. Watch this closely here in this half hour. Now, last year I went to I'm an old party kid, old raver kid as well. And so last year I went to Detroit is the home of a lot of music. It's got fucking great music. It's one of the ways that I've dialed into Detroit, Michigan, is music, rock and roll, classic rock, Motown, jazz, blues, you name it. And it's also the home of Detroit techno. Now, people say they created techno. That's not true. They did not create techno, but they did create Detroit tech house, I want to call it. If I had to call it anything, I'd call it maybe tech house. But they were one of the first cities in the U.S. That made electronic music. Some New Yorkers will claim that that's their thing, but I don't agree with that. I think Detroit is probably one of the first places with real like electronic music scene. So last year I went to Movement, and I brought friends that were not into electronic music that I made here in Michigan, and they liked it. They thought it was okay. But then I did a lot of that alone. I went to that show alone too, for most of it, and I was unsure if I wanted to go back again this year, and I do. So I got my ticket, and I'm solo again for a second year. But I'm happy that I got my ticket. So I got my ticket for Movement, which is the big one, and they've got in one of this show in particular, this electronic festival. What's fascinating about it is you'll see like old timers there performing. But what's really fascinating about this one in particular is the real show is all the after hours. What's going on? Am I losing the stream here? All the after hours, all the before hours, all the during hours. There's like shit going on all over the city, everywhere. And Movement itself is not really even the showcase. And they do like, you guys ever see the burned out factories here and stuff? They do big shows there. big parties. They still do it year round, but it's a really epic thing. So I got my ticket. So I'm like kind of happy this morning. Got my ticket. I'm solo again, but I got a new plan for this year. So this year in particular, I'm like, I don't want to do this alone. And my friends from out west are all busy. Like they have lives now. Normally I'd do this stuff out west with those guys, with all my friends out there. So I'm solo again this year. Now I have a new plan this year. I'm going to attempt to like create a group of friends here in Michigan, in Detroit. I'm not going to tell you how I'm going to do it, but I've done this once before. It's how I got involved in the burner scene. But at any rate, so I'm kind of happy. I'm going to Movement. Any of you going to Movement, let me know. Or if any of you do go to Movement, oh, look at that. Yeah, baby, get up there. Oh, yeah, rub it good. Yeah, touch it up there. Good, yeah, touch it. Get up there and touch it. Ooh, I always like when you do that. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, just a little bit more. I want another tick. Yeah, one more tick up there. Just another tick. Gotta just pump it one more time. If you want to do it the next minute, you can. Just give me one more pump then. One more tappy up there. I think we hit it, but I think we missed it by like a penny. It could be a pin strike right there. I think we hit it. We'll try that one next. And that's a fake wick back there, I think. So see if we can get that last little tick up there and do a nice little pull down right here. Hit that fucking 1 minute trigger right there and rock and roll, baby, to the upside. We'll see what happens. Okay. Sorry, leave that right there. Love when the ticks fall kind of close in the wicks. Ticks in the wicks. Motherfuckers are like, people are like, I was already long cap. I just follow the line, bro. I smoke a doobie, man. I follow the line, smoke a doobie, and we're off and running. Yeah, I'm a burner. Yeah, I'm an old school burner. I learned about Burning Man the first time was in I don't know if it was Playboy or Penthouse or some man magazine. I like read an article about it, like a 1-page article back in the 90s. And I'm like, I gotta get to that fucking thing. Like, I gotta go to this thing. It took me a while to get there, but it's like, I gotta go to this thing. I was like, who are these weirdos out on a beach out in the middle of California in San Francisco, or a beach near San Francisco? I'm like, I gotta find out who these weirdos are. I never really cared about like image. I was always like the guy that was like, I just like did my own thing. I never had to be some. I was like a, I don't know, if you're older maybe. I was a soccer player, so like I got along with everybody, you know. Got along with the smart kids and the dumb kids. You remember those kids in high school, right? They weren't quite like the smartest kids, and they weren't quite the dumbest. They liked to smoke pot. I didn't smoke pot, but you know, they were usually like had a little bit of a liberal, you know, bent to them. And they played all the other sports like ski teams, soccer, volleyball, or whatever, cross country, track, that kind of stuff. They played all the alternative sports, but they get along with everybody though. Normally, that was my experience at least. You're a sporto, and then you're kind of smart, but you're not the smartest guy, and get along well with others, play well as a team. All right, so we got some more stuff to talk about here. Let's take a peek at some more commentary here. Trading desk commentary. Goldman notes that retail investors have continued to be steady net buyers of NDX and SP. Oh, I already told you that already. Goldman also continues to recommend gold despite the sharp rally and sees upside risk to their $3,700 target. JPM points out that international LOs have entirely paused U.S. equities selling recently, while former safe haven assets like United Health, Verizon, etc., are getting rotated. Remember, I talked to you earlier last week about UNH, right? Like you're screaming about Tesla, price of Tesla. Just look at UNH. UNH had the Luigi stuff, and that shit was printing, right? UNH didn't go to zero, did it? So now they're rotating out of UNH right now. JPM points out. Oh, we were talking about that. JPM is a big fan of gold as well and sees 3675 by Q4 and 4000 by second quarter 2026. B of A analysts say household finances remain in good shape with buffers in checking and savings accounts remaining above 2019 levels. And I would also want to point you out on that take there, the one that I talked to you about earlier with people need to lose their jobs first, and before they stop investing, when they need to use that money to pay their bills, when their housing market starts to deteriorate to a point where it's snowballing, where people are getting laid off, all that kind of stuff. B of A is saying household finances remain in good shape with buffers in checking and savings account remaining above 2019 levels. Above 2019 levels. That's Bank of America. Recall that I fought with you the last 2 years telling you that you are better off than you were 2019. You're actually wealthier than you were. I know you don't believe that, but you are today wealthier than you were. The data suggests that, not even suggests, points that that's true. You did not go and buy Bentleys and gamble your money away at Las Vegas. You actually did pay off your college loans. You renovated your house. You bought Mary bought a landscaping trailer and a new truck and new lawnmowers. Bob on Main Street did his thing. You actually reinvested your money, as you should. God, it's so goddamn sexy, isn't it? Look at it. Now, note we did not get the new high here. I want you to just watch this closely here. We did not get the new high here. We're looking for that high. So be wary here at this moment. This could be false breakout here. Don't trust this drawdown here. I would need to see that high, and we're not seeing it just yet. So could continue trading sideways. We may break out, but I don't like it. You have rules. Rules matter. If we can get that new high up here, if we can get just that high right there, could see another drawdown again, and then the move higher. Watch this closely here. I want you to know this stuff because we've talked about the consumer for the past 2 years. And I found it ironic, like the factory building, while you and I are being peddled or astroturfed, or the loudest voice in the room is, I can't afford this and I can't afford that. We're assigning that to everybody's feeling that. When in fact, if you're not feeling it, you're not bitching on the internet. When the data is against that. When a narrative or selling sizzle means more than the facts. And not only that, the people that are trying to wage this trade war know that you can absorb a lot of this pain. And they know that you're well off. They knew this for the last 2 years. They knew that the consumer was well off and could take more pain than in other times in the past. The consumer leading into this regime change and attempt to change our economy was primed for a possible economic change. False breakout, right? Now it's going down, isn't it? We're going to go back and check. Where did we start this move? All the way down here, right? If we failed to get the high tick here, where does the market want to go? Wants to go all the way down here, doesn't it? Does it mean it will go all the way down there? Nope. But we're going to watch price action again. Does it hold here? Do we get that new high, right? Which would be this one. Wrong one. That one right there. If we don't get that, price wants to go lower. We already know that, right? So still no trade. Just watching. So the consumer, whether you believe it or not, was outstanding. Wolf Richter has documented this for 2 straight years. Now you guys are partying. You guys are partying, going your OnlyFans. You guys are partying with getting food delivered. You guys are partying with fucking furniture during COVID. You guys were switched over to like internet services and restaurants. Then you switched to like steaks and shit. Then you changed your eating habits, where you're going to eat at. Then you wanted to get that shit delivered. You guys have been partying. He calls them drunken sailors. And you're still okay. Remember 2-3 weeks ago when they were telling you all the bad news? Oh, retail sales is bad. Oh, this is bad and that's bad. They weren't bad. If you look closely, there was 2 things going on. You were shifting your spending habits and things cost less. And I realize that people push to you a narrative that inflation is too high. It's because of 2 reasons. People fucking hate inflation. And number 2, there always has to be a bad guy. It's their fault, and nobody ever wants to be the bad guy. So think about if you're in a room, right, and someone's like, who shit their pants? Remember when you're a kid and people are like, who shit themselves? And you're like, it wasn't me. Everybody says that, right? It wasn't me. I didn't do it. No, did you do it? No, I didn't do it either. Nope. I'm a teenager, man. I don't want anyone knowing that I fart, right? Especially these girls here, bro. Don't be saying that. It's like everybody says it wasn't me. Same like that with politics. The data disagreed. Now, we also have not the rate of inflation changes, but inflation continues higher as long as we're not in stagflation. So are the price of goods and services higher? Yes. Has employment kept up with that? Yes. Has what you make every week in a paycheck gone up? Yes. So even the idea of inflation being higher, even the idea that you're being paid more money, even the idea that you're overemployed, you still don't like paying those prices. You're not going to tell me that you make more money. You're not going to come to me and be like, hey, Jim, I fucking hate the price of shit. And you're never going to also offer to me, but I got a raise or I got a better job. And the people that really are bitching that they didn't get a new job or higher wages or renegotiate a lease or get a better house or whatever, they didn't do it. But there weren't many of them. It's a very small group. And no one ever offers that stuff to you. So we know that you hate inflation, but we also know that you're better off than you've ever fucking been. You just don't want to pay those fucking prices. So even right now, with all the destruction that's been done, the consumer is still okay. They're not great, but they're okay. But like the frog in the pot of water, they don't know what's coming. And it's important for you as a market participant to know what's coming and that the damage is being done and that it'll take time. It takes time. Housing market's like that. Housing market's a weird thing. Like housing market will like roll over, go higher, roll over, go higher, right? It does these like fake outs. Nobody panics. And if it gets that last roll down, nobody panics still. No panic, no panic. And then all of a sudden it matters. And then they panic. All of a sudden it's like buyer's market. prices just ripping to the downside. But for all of this, nobody cared. Nobody cared. So I want you to realize that that is still there right now. JPM wants you to realize that as well, and GS. So we are holding right now the 1 minute trigger still. We'll see if we can get this new high right here and try to poke ourselves up. If we continue to fail to get above this red line right here, we are going to roll. But just stay here. We could be taking in a lot of supply right now too from above before we make the roll to the downside. We are correcting sideways right now. You can see it, sideways correction. So far, it's not a sharp correction. We will eventually roll to the downside. That target, if we do roll down, is where? To close the gap down below at 533 over here. Some of you guys are like, I'm already in put spreads cap. I don't care. Sell. So that's JPM, Goldman Sachs this morning. What else we got here? That's all I got for you there. Let me take a look at BBG and see what they're saying this morning. Let's see what's popping out of BBG this morning. Oh, we gotta. Yeah, let's do the whole thing. We'll just do it again. Come on now, spin her up. Uh-oh, that's not good. Look at them, they're just coming in now. Boom. You shall not pass. Watch out for a trip to the 5 minute trigger down here. We are failing right now currently. Whoop. Bring that back down there. Get rid of that right there. Bring this bad boy down right there. Right there. Looking for a trip right now to 542.50. What's going on here? Like my internet is lagging. Okay. We had Besant this morning come out. He had a meeting at 10 a.m. Trying to pump the economy, pump people to not be in fear. I'll go over Besant here in just a minute, what his statements were this morning. Some more color on U.S. retail investor ETF flows, because we talked about single stocks. I'm now going to post for you I'm going to post here in the Discord what retailers are doing on ETFs. I'm not going to talk about it here in the show. I'll post it for you here. Send it, baby. Let's see what else I got here. Boy, they're really pumping gold this morning. I see a bunch now expanded talk on gold. Giving the pacifier, handing the pacifier out to trap bulls. If you want, ask riding the NAR. Ping riding the NAR and ask her to give you. Oh, hey, dude, David AMS, baby. David AMS is here. Yeah. What up, David? If you're in our Discord, David. Thanks, David. We have a great group of mentors in our Discord, and David AMS is one of them. John L, Condor LVR, Dr. CS, you name it. We've got Doug Fuller in there. We got stupid stupid traders in our Discord, and David AMS is in there right now. If you've joined our Discord recently, we've had a lot of new people joining our Discord of late. I want you to look at this guy in our Discord. His name is David AMS. That is a badass fucking trader right there. I've known him for years. We used to day trade. Well, he would trade the nights and I would trade the mornings. And we would like meet up in the morning and talk to each other. That fucking guy right there is a badass. So if you haven't seen him, he's been on some vacation, taking breaks. And us, Winky too. I didn't mention Winky. There's a whole bunch of people that I'm not mentioning right now. Sam's in there. There's a bunch of different cool people in there. So anyways, I haven't seen David in a minute. So if you see him inside of the, if you see David in there, say hi to him. Give him a bunch of upvotes and shit. Nobody did the goat yet. Dude, the guy's a fucking goat. Where's the goat? I'll give the goat right there. We got more goat symbols. There we go. Bunch of fucking coolness in there. So, pay attention to David. He's one of our pro traders and a mentor inside of our group. Okay. So, look at Tesla pumping again. Tesla with a big ass red wick. Tesla now trading 258. Tesla's hit both our upside targets and our third upside target. Do you remember what it was? 278. Tesla with a new high at 258.06. Looking to trade and slap the fuck out of that upside to 278. God, that's such odds with Tesla and Elon. Ugh. In my view, he never recovers from this ever. But like trading this, or like it's such odds sometimes. I know you guys all like to fight about this stuff, you know, and it's like. I don't like Tesla. It's going to zero, but can't do that, right? Come in here and I lambasted everybody yesterday, and I was like, separate your politics from the price of the goddamn stock. Wall Street Bets was in shambles yesterday over that trade. Seemed like all of Wall Street Bets was short Tesla. You guys are probably listening to me yesterday scream at you about Tesla, and you were like, short the fuck out of that stock. Don't listen to him. I'm 2 for 2 this earnings season right now. I don't want to jinx it, but I did Tesla right, and I did Netflix right. Oh, I got ENPH wrong, but I didn't look at it closely. It looked good. Just looking at it in a half chart. I was just eyeballing it. I don't even know where they are this morning. After I looked at it afterwards, and I was like, oh, hell no. That shit needs to go to $29, I think. Needs to go even lower. The NPH is still down this morning. They're trading 47. They got to trade 29 or 26 bucks. So they're not done going down. I should have looked at it more closely. Today we're going to look at 3 tickers. Now, Chipotle, ServiceNow, and something else reporting after the close today. Chipotle, ServiceNow, and I forget the other one. So we're going to do 3 other outlooks for the close today. We'll see how, that's like deep. We're going to do deep outlooks on these 3 stocks reporting. We'll see if I don't know if I count ENPH because I didn't really look at it. So I'm 2 for 2 right now. In my mind, I'm 2 for 2. That's pretty good, right? Well, that says pretty good. 2 for 2 for earnings calls. That's pretty damn good so far. So we'll try to do 3 more today. If I can get through the 3 of them and look really closely at them, I'll give you expectations for those stickers after the bell. And we'll see what, and I'll give you some time there. No, it's not Apple Oven. What's the other one? No. You want me to do that one, don't you? APP. Yeah. Is it this one? My favorite ticker? I could look at app. I wanted to look at what are the fucking 3 tickers I want to look at today? I want to look at I want to check out the guidance for O'Reilly. I have to go back and now listen to Boeing's guidance. But today I want to do IBM, ServiceNow, and Chipotle. I don't know if I can get to Alphabet. If I have time, I will, to give you some advance on that one, because I think that's the last big boy for the week. Oh, Nasdaq's pretty, dude. We got to look at Nasdaq too. Nasdaq's always fucking solid. I don't know when I closed there, but we still got we got Alphabet, man. Going on down, checking that low again. Come on down. Checking that low again. I'll put the news squawker back. Oh, we went from extreme fair to fair. I'll read to you what Besson was saying this morning. Market something said, Market Wrap, whatever, said, Scott Besson offers a gentler message again today, saying America first does not mean America alone. You notice that? I tell you something like that message of make America great again. This is still bullshit. Like, America first does not mean America alone. What does that really mean? Is it America with Europe? Is it America with Australia? Is it America with Canada and Mexico? Or is it Mexico, or is it China in America? These fucking guys. I got to check in with my MAGA friends and see what they say. See if the story has changed. It's got to suck being MAGA. It really does. I really, truly have always believed that. Because you're going to get your marching orders. They change from fucking day to day. They really do. They're like, no, they don't. I'm like, yes, they do. Yes, they do. They haven't changed. We're just not telling anybody publicly. Okay. All right. It's still there, Cap. We still want the trad wives. We just don't want to tell anybody. Just want to give it to them gently. All right, so coming into now 11 a.m. Still consolidating, just getting eaten alive in here. Thankfully, we're not stuck in this. We're not getting annihilated in here with our options, are we? Or you could be making a ton of money on a smaller chart with this, though, but on a 1 minute chart, we're not going to do that. I used to try to do that with you guys. Yeah, some of you guys might not know this. If you're a newer viewer here, right? Back in the day, I would trade on stream. Oh, wait a minute. What are you doing down there? What's going on down there? We gotta remove that one. Oh, wait a minute. What the fuck they doing down there? What the hell is that? Dirty dogs down there. Dirty dogs. No new low. Look at that. No new fucking low. They fucking missed. Who the fuck is getting stinky down there? Look at this thing really quick. Ready? So I want you to look right here. See that right there? They missed it by a tick. They fucking missed it by a penny. They got to get down there. They got harder. Harder. You got to try harder. They're giving it the old college try, though. Nope, couldn't do it again. Not gonna. Oh. They didn't do it. They're trying. Is this like, what is this? Is this like McGilligot down here? Is he just like sell it all? Hammer them. I'm just kidding. Oops, sorry about that. Hold on. Sorry about all this. Sorry about all that. That was triggered. Hammer. Kill the options. Look at that price action. Gnarly. They tried it again right on the fucking half. Look at that, 11 a.m. It's fucking savages out there. Look at these guys, savages. Just think, you're not losing all your money with Jim James today. Look at it, they're vicious down here. All right. Let's take a look somewhere else. Okay. We got 5,400 sitting here. This is Gamma. We got boobs. Oh, yeah. Double top, baby. Classic, right? Tits up. Right? Hopefully we can get underneath. They took a stab at it. They failed. They're going to try. And they're looking to trade 5,400. All we need to do is hold 5,400. It's a major inflection point here. And let me show you this really quick with Gamma. So remember 5,400. That's all I want you to remember. Now you got the big giant gap down here, don't you? You see the trade? Someone wants to get us down below 5,400 and take us downtown, don't they? They're whacking on it, aren't they? Shake the tree. But we've got what here? What is this called? What is this called right here? It's an island in the sky, isn't it? We call it Poop. Poop Island. You guys know about Poop Island? I wrote victories. What is that? Victorious. Not victories. There. So we're still holding 54.30 here. We want to pay close attention to this. Take a snip of this at home. Take a snip of this. Wait a minute. Take a snip of this right here. We're still holding, aren't we? So let's go back and look at the trigger screen. And what do we got going on here? We got Poop Island, don't we? Poop Island's all right here, isn't it? Do you see Poop Island? Think of Poop Island like this. You see it? And they keep trying to, like, what? Break us down so we can go fill some gaps, right? But we're not losing it, are we? They tried up here, they tried over here, they tried right there, tried right there, tried right there, tried right there. No success. We'll just keep watching for the breakout off of Poop Island or the breakdown off of Poop Island. And they're not successful yet. They're trying. And we know we're heading into supportive, right? Failed again to break down below Poop Island. So we're going to now look at the rest of the gamma picture here in that Poop Island, that down there, right? And we're going to take a look at the gamma picture in a little bit more finer detail here. I'm about to get long right now. Hold on here. I'll move this over here. Okay. So 5,400, right? That's 5,500. That's a big old bar that's also on ES, isn't it? And if we slide over here, this is 5,200. We became productive above here, didn't we? And we're leaving behind all of this shit, aren't we? And we're currently sitting on 5,400. This is 5,300. This is 5,310. This is 5,350. This is 5,350. And this right here is 5,400, I believe. No, a little bit more. Right in here. Hold on, let me go back the other way. So if you look closely, we're trying to hold this right here. And we're trying to build Poop Island, aren't we? To trade what? 5,500, right? Or maybe take some stabs at it, right? I don't know if you can see that way, but that would translate to that roll, right? Try to trade the 5,500. So we're looking for an upside move here. So let me ask you a question. Let's go switch back really quick to the trigger screen. And how many of you are bearish here? Because if you were to flip that screen, that screen that was 90-degree angle, we're actually looking to trade higher, aren't we? We're looking to trade Poop Island, right? There and up there and then roll, right? Take out 5,500 on ES and SPX. Now we can swing lower briefly, but we got to go higher. We can't reject that. So down here, if we've got Poop Island, a quick move lower and higher is fine. But if we break below Poop Island and get a new low, we can take that, can't we? And there's your short right here. But we're not there yet, are we? So there's no short yet. There's no guaranteed short yet. Even if we break below briefly, that's not the short. The short is the failure, right? That's the short right there. Wham. So we're not there just yet. We're consolidating. There is no distribution yet. We are leaving put gamma behind and beginning to get closer to positive gamma. Let's look at a few other things here. So on 2-date gamma, we got a lot of call gamma here, don't we? We got call gamma for 5,400, which is what we're trading. But we also have a pin of 5,500. We're trading this right now, and people are rolling their calls higher to 5,500. So this is bullish so far. This looks good. We don't have put gamma to close the gap in focus at the moment, so that's all positive. Let's take a look at a few other things. At the money volatility. You can't see it here, but behind this shows volatility falling off a cliff for the next 3 days. Next 3 or 4 days. You can't see it here, but falls for the next 3 or 4 days, or it's expected to. Now, this can change. Price can change. At the vol curve is like worth the paper it's printed on. If prices change, the vol curve can turn up, but even right now, the vol curve is expected to go lower, which is supportive of the market, even if we were to break lower briefly. Even if we were to close the gap and go straight back up, The vol curve is saying don't expect too much volatility and volatility to calm over time. Let's take a look at some other stuff here. We are coming into the end of the month, right? We also have end of the month, and we also have flows coming in to the market at the first week of the month, right? So we could either be at a really good high at the first week of the month, and then we roll down afterwards. Maybe we roll down in the 1st to the 5th as those new funds are coming in. We want to see what CTAs are doing right now, too. See what these guys are saying. We can spin this bad boy up. We can get the CTAs going here. By the way, this stuff comes from Gamma Lab, and I really like those guys. Guys do a great job. They simplify this stuff instead of trying to read tea leaves. The first thing we're going to look at, too, is let's look at net gamma. Let's go back to net gamma really quick and just take a peek at where we are. 5,400. So instead of 2-day gamma, look at that. Just looking to the right, right? Starting to leave all this crap behind. Kind of neutral here. CTAs. Let's see if they're turning up at all. I don't think that they are. We might be bottoming with CTAs, but we'll take a look. Nope, it's not showing up anymore. I'm not getting it right now. Let's check out COTs, asset manager nets. They're starting to turn. You can't see it here, but they're starting to turn up a little bit here. Oh no, that ain't right either. That's wrong. It's just cutting it off now. But we are flattening a little bit on COTs. You can't see it here, but we're flattening. I would assume CTAs are doing the same thing. Yep, see the flattening? CTA is beginning to turn up. This is very, very productive. So CTAs being productive. COT, commitment of traders, beginning to turn up. Let's look at vol control funds and see if they're... Oh, nope. So they're no help. Vol control funds, not here to help us. So what does that mean? Let's take a look at what that means. So that means two things. Means that we're slightly productive, right? Trying to nibble to go higher. It also means, though, that vol control is not going to step in to save us in that move, right? Any of these downside violence, they're not going to save us on that stuff. So that's important to know. It also means that for CTAs, COTs to get real productive, they might not save us on the downside, but if we can recover, go higher, they will become more aggressive buyers and also make it more supportive with vol control. So any back test should be held. No help down here, much more help higher. And you know that this right here matters, doesn't it? Now, one good thing is that we do have CTAs stepping in a little bit. So even though we might lose that, should come straight back up. We do have some interest from COTs and CTAs, or committed traders and certified. I forget what they're called again right now, but it has to do with commodity traders. Okay. Hold on a second here. And you're just hanging tight over here. We ain't doing shit right now. They still have not broken 540.76. Still no break. Still no trade for me either. We do have a little bit of a bear cross coming up here. There's an attempt here to take us down. Right here. No confirmation yet. But they are trying to take us down here and break through this red line right here. Watch this closely. So I make sure we're still up here. Yeah, we're still up there. That's in the wrong place too. Still in the wrong place over here. SPX down below. SPX gamma. Keep that right there so you can watch it closely. Right there. You remember 5,400 down here. Right down there for you so you can see it. Still stretching price. Note at 10:30, 10:15 was our low. Right over here. Equal lows, right? Get the reverse bat wing going on. Do any more fire? Do any more fire? There we go. I fucking love Bork does some kick ass I think that's all fire over there. Yeah, ENPH, send them down to the depths of hell. Take a quick look here. Oh, I want to take this so bad right now. I'm ready to get long, man. I'm so fucking ready. Almost there. Just a little bit more. Little bit more here. Oh, I gotta watch that too. Oh, whoa. Wait a minute. Slow down there, boss. Almost ready to get long here. Almost. A little bit more. Almost ready. We're almost ready to get along. This might be it right here. Where? 541. God damn. They want a lot of fucking money for these options. They're not fucking around, are they? Let me check this really quick right here. $5.49. I'd really like to trade that 35 though. I really like. I'm in a conundrum here. Let me show you guys something really quick. So I'd really like to buy. Oh, there they go. So here, let's talk about this really quick. So yeah, they're trying it right now. I just did it again. So like, there's two ways to look at this. I'd really like to trade that and then trade the 35. But they're really trying to do it right now. Hold on here. Wait a minute. Hey, stay down there. Where's 49? Okay. Let's see what happens here. I still don't like the trade lower. I mean, I like it lower, just not yet. If you're looking at it like an hourly candle, I want to see like one more. I want to see one more and then that down move. I think we get there, just not yet. Let's go back and look at this. They were fucking trying though, weren't they? Look at them. Look at them. They went down. They want that so bad right there. Watch this closely here. Oh, watch out. Besant, no unilateral offer from Trump to cut tariffs. That's kind of negative. We already knew that, though, didn't we? We already knew that was going to be true. Look at this really quick and see. There's like one more possible move lower. Yeah. There. Can we just show that really quick? There's one more move lower here. Come on, stop. Right down to 5,400. There's one more. You still haven't struck 5,400 right here. So just right here, just keep your eyes on this one more downside move right here. We're probing. We're probing right now. Trading 54.06. A little bit more down to go here. A little bit more down right here. Almost there. Jesus Christ, they just torched me. I guess I'm adding more. Now breaching 5,400. Oh, back up again. trading 5,400 right now at the cusp of a breach to trade 35. Watch this closely here because there's a giant gap under here. Starting to enter the gap right now. There ain't nothing down here. All gap. Secretary Bessent saying no unilateral offer from Trump to cut China tariffs. China's situation needs to be de-escalated for trade discussions to proceed. I do not have time frame for start of China talks. They will have to take place at lower levels than Trump and Xi. That's a summit. We will get there, though. There will be a time when we get. I think, are they watching this show? Like everything I say, they then come out and say afterwards. Bessent saying tariff negotiations will not be an extended process at all. I am expecting current tax policy to be extended and a great part of that to be permanent. Goes on to say Trump reference to Powell termination may refer to the expiration of his term. That's horseshit too. Trump cannot fire Jerome Powell, even though you wish that you could. It would be a constitutional crisis. They can change the rules in the Senate, in the House, but they can't fire him. And they won't be able to. He would have to commit a felony. I guess you could orchestrate that, maybe, but you can't fire him. They're trying to cover that up right now. Bessent goes on to say Trump referenced goes on to say U.S.-China tariff will likely have to come down for trade negotiations to talks. Rates are unsustainable. That's false too. If you look at those three things that I said to you, told you to watch the video on the depression that I have on Twitter. I told you to read the brief that I gave you on the depression trade. And then I wanted you to also read the wiki article that I have in that brief about what the Fed did in the depression. They did not cut rates. They raised rates through the depression. They raised rates in 29 and 30. And then I want you to go back and watch the Q&A again on what Trump is saying. I might have to cut my losses here in a minute. I got to watch this closely. I'm going to have to slam the sell button here in a minute. Fairly close here. Maybe just add some puts on the other side. Just leave the calls on. They weren't that expensive. They were pretty fucking cheap. I'm going to leave them on. Hold on here. I'm going to slam some puts really quick. $34s, $35s. Fucking Christ, $1.79? Fuck you, no. I ain't buying $1.79 fucking puts. Get fucked. No. Eat shit and die. What are those fucking things? 34 fucking deltas for $2? Get fucked. No. I'll stick with what I got. Fucking $2 for puts. You're out of your fucking skull. Okay, so we've got Besant over here saying a lot of the stuff that we said to you earlier this morning. We've got Besant saying U.S.-China tariffs will likely have to come down for trade negotiations to talk. Rates are unsustainable. That's false. I'm going to tell you guys something here. Now, we have a scheduled cut coming up. You're not getting it. I'm going to tell you right now. I would be, and you got to remember that the gambling market, like the Fed's futures fund rate, is not the fucking cuts or rate hikes. I'm going to tell you guys something. I do not see, if we stay on this path, I do not see a rate cut for 2 years. It might even be longer. And I would expect them to crank rates. I know that sounds crazy. But I don't see rate cuts, no matter what they're gambling on. Now, I don't know if that's to appease you, or I know that Trump needs it for his permanent tax cut, but he ain't doing it. Or let me rephrase that. You're not getting a fucking rate cut until Jerome Powell is out of office or trade war has changed. You ain't getting one. I promise you, you're not getting one. And not only, maybe if we accelerate trade war, yeah, you'll get a rate cut. That would be the option 3. But currently where we are, you're not getting a rate cut. You're more than likely going to get rate hikes. Now, it would be fascinating to find out if Trump replaced Powell next year, if that new Fed chair gives you a rate cut. If that new Fed chair gave you a rate cut, it would still shake the foundation of our financial system, because it would mean definitively that the federal the Fed has been compromised, and that you're now getting control asserted in the Fed, in the Federal Reserve, that we've never had in the past. Now, we're not there yet, so you can't price that in. And I would not be shocked. I would not be shocked at all if Trump put someone else in place of Jerome, and that person goes against Trump and does not give you the cut either, even if they promise it. We have that happen a lot, don't we? You'll see whenever you see like someone nominated for a position, FBI, secretary of this, secretary of that, oftentimes they go before the Senate and they'll tell you one thing and they veer U-turn when they're in office. So even if they're promising Trump, they'd be like, they'll word it nicely, like, yes, I'll look at it. If we can cut, we're going to cut. And Trump's like, so you're going to cut? And he's like, yeah, we're going to cut. And then as soon as they get in office, a gray suit comes in to the Fed. Big room, big stained walls, beautiful wood to the ceiling, 20, 30-foot ceilings. And they sit at the big round table and they go, you ain't doing shit. You're not cutting for him. Now, if they say, that guy says, that new Fed chair says, nope, I'm doing it. you would probably see the shaking of our financial system at that moment. So I don't see I don't see a cut now, and I really don't see a cut the next guy that's in there either. No matter what lip service he pays to Trump, unless maybe we've moved past all that. The stock market, if it was down in the shitter, it was trading like 3,000, maybe. If the market was there, yes, but I don't think the market will be there for another 2 years. So I would suspect that you don't get a rate cut for at least 2 years, if not 3. Seriously, being dead serious here. Unless we really started crashing hard and heavy. We got the second roll down, like 2008 and 2000. Yeah, you might get a rate cut, but I doubt you're going to get one anytime soon, or at least where price is and where we're going, the time this is all going to take. What else? Besson goes on to say, he offers a gentler message, saying America first does not mean America alone. He also says U.S.-Japan trade discussions do not have specific currency targets. I expect Japan to honor G7 agreements on FX. Besant also saying he declines to comment on the Wall Street Journal story on lowering tariffs on China, but would not be surprised if they went down in a mutual way. So that automatically tells you that there is no, like, we're in a war. I need to really impress that upon you. We are not in a disagreement. We are not in, we actually, how you know that is because we don't have bullet points. We want you to do these specific things. We only have general things. We know what they are, but there hasn't been specific demands on China. Why? Because we want to ice over that relationship permanently. And that is war. That brings up a trade war at minimum. And that is what we're in right now, is a trade war with China. There are no concessions to be had. We are prying ourselves out of China and cheap labor because we don't need cheap labor in the future. No corporation ever wants to waste money in another country when you don't need to, period. Oh, yeah, baby. Bring calls back. Hold on a second here. Give them some love, baby. Get back on Poop Island. Come on, baby. Get back on Poop Island. Come on, do it for daddy. Yeah, bring him back, baby. Bring him on back. Bring him on back. Bring him on back. This is my opportunity to get out, by the way. This is what I always tell you guys. Here's your chance to get out before we roll. I'm going to go against my own advice. Come on, baby. Get back on Poop Island. Now, I should sell here, but I ain't. I'm not selling. I'm not buying puts here either. The fucking puts are stupid right now. $2 for puts to 34? No, thank you. Uh-uh. Oh, please don't roll here. Please don't roll us down here. Well, I'm going to find out how fucked I am. Please, I got to make this yellow. This ain't green. Poop Island's turning like diarrhea yellow right now. Poop Island is now. It's turning diarrhea. All this is all diarrhea now, too. That ain't looking too pretty there, is it? Poop Island's turning into Diarrhea Island. Whoa. That doesn't look good, does it? They're shutting the door on us here, aren't they? Got a lot of work. Get back up on Poop Island here. If we begin to break down here, just a heads up, we will reject this and we will begin to make our way lower. And we will close the gap down here. There's a big, giant fucking gap, too. That's the trade, even though I'm still long calls here. I'm going to have to sell these things somewhere in there. Sell them right here. They're still holding value. I'm speaking too soon here. I'm still a believer in Poop Island here. Uh-oh. That's not any good. They want to trade us down to 34 now? Oh, God. So saucy. 39.42. 39.4. We already hit that. That's not good. We already rejected 39.42. That's not good. We're not looking good here, boys. We already hit 39.42. That is not good. We're going to trade. We're likely going to trade 34.77. Come on, Poop Island. Retrace yesterday's move, please. Not yet. Not yet. We need more. We need more call buyers. Whew. Discord wants. We had some Discord people on Discord that were short yesterday. Thought Tesla was going to burn. Okay, so Besant saying things. Besant saying things that match trade war. We don't have Besant saying anything. So if you read all that stuff that I posted for you, the briefs, watch the videos, all that kind of stuff, this Besant conversation kind of matches it, doesn't it? It matches up to trade war, not trade disagreement, for lack of a better word. We're gonna slam down. I'm being serious here. We're gonna go down here in just a minute. So we are headed this way. We rejected this one right here, this 539. We rejected this. That wasn't good. We're now going to go down and we're going to trade a target of 534.74 right down here, right where that target is. We're going to party all the way down here. We're going to try to create Poop Island number 2. Just be wary. Don't be in calls here. Don't do what I do. I'm just unwilling to sell them. They're cheap. They're like fucking. I've got them now for 41 cents. So we'll see what's up. And I'm not buying puts for down here for a $2 put to get squeezed. Note this trend here too. And also note this half-hour trigger. I gotta stay with my shit here. Not closing my calls, bro. Sorry. You're not. I got no stops. You can go as far down as you want. Take it all the way down here. They stay on all day long. They don't move. They just stay on to the end of the day. $12.30. Spoos losing 538. Target down below 53.50. We actually have a bigger gap to close down here, a giant one. The whole move. Halfway points. The halfback trade on the gap is 53.50. We're almost there. I don't see anything else. We're going all the way down here. I promise you. Going all the way down. We're going to reject that. We're going to come straight down. Taking that whole move. Guaranteed. And this is now red, by the way. Or not red, but this becomes yellow. This becomes red. There. If you want the play-by-play, like this, something like that. I'm going to tell you when to close calls here. Got that right? That's a tough call. Be careful right where we are. We're going to get squeezy here in just a minute. We're very close to a squeeze, so be very careful here. Just a note that here to here is very squeezy. Be extremely careful in here. If you're in puts, just be aware that if we do start squeezing, hold. Almost there. Couple more ticks. There. Now this is all danger zone down in here. One minute trigger's coming down right now. Like, so just this tick right here, I just want you to know that in this zone right here, extremely squeezy. Should sell right here. Expect that squeeze to go all the way up there, though. Bring this over so you can see it. That's wrong. Sellers need to hold this right here. You just lost the height. Watch out here. There's a trap here for bears. My calls still look good. My calls are now all fucked up, so I'm pretty happy here. My call, even with that big down move, my calls right now they're hanging on. They're taking damage, but they're still valuable. This is important here. This is a big inflection point here. Half-hour trigger holding right now. There's the half-an-hour trigger. Sellers really need to get down here. Like I don't think that they have the whole day for this. There's 12:30 right there. Sellers losing right now. This is not good here. Watch out for the. So see the squeeze right here. We're now likely going to go up there and trade that. We're likely going to go all the way up here. Hold on here. We're fairly close to. So this move is going to happen sooner. Not yet, but almost. See that 1 minute trigger there? We still need to get above it. They have one more shot here. But I think they're going to lose. That's too close to call. That's eminent though. 539 target upside target 539.16. Yeah, we're not there yet. We're fucking right. Like, look at this. It's like a penny here. Like, just look at this fucking thing. It's like, I think it's already been beat though. So, I think the Bulls are winning this. They're trying, aren't they? You're gonna pound and pound, 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 pound. Nope. We're still under the 1 minute trigger. But the Bears were beat right here, so they got to really pull it out fast. I think they're losing. Like they can come all the way down here and still going higher. Doors closing on Bears. What if you're a bear? Watch out. I don't think you're getting that close. You might, but where is this leg here? Move that leg over. You need to break below this here. Bear. Well, they're able to get to here. We're able to get right here. Let's hold on here. Nope. So you need to hold this. You need to get the new low to get down there to the target. And you're losing. Do not trust this downside leg here. I should redraw that. Hold on. Yeah, you need this to fuck is going on here? That one. Yeah. You need this new low. If you can't get that low, we're not going any lower. And this will become up. I guess we'll leave it like that, maybe. That would make that. Yeah, we would go up there, wouldn't we? We would actually go up here. We're going to fucking crank if that's the case. Be very careful here. I don't know if you guys understand what's going on. So let's go over here really quick and look at this. So just a note to you. This is the target right here. This is a 1 minute chart. We're fairly close. We got to right there. I really want to see this to squeeze higher. Now, if they can't get down here, if they can't get that leg down there, and they only get to right here, if this holds, we're gonna get fucking super ramped. So, and they got beat right here. Kind of, sort of. They didn't beat this one, but they beat this ticker. They beat this one right here. So, this is a tough one to call. So this tick right here needs beat. If you're a bull, it actually shouldn't be written. It shouldn't be drawn like that. It should be drawn like this. Like they really need this badly. It's not bearish. It's not bullish. It's not bearish. Like more like neutral. If you're inputs, it's dangerous to be inputs here. It's not worth the last leg either, because even if we go down here, it's gonna flip and moon anyways. So, or it should. And they're giving it the college try without a doubt. Or maybe it's just a big fat, like fast red candle. There could be that too. There could be like a really fast red candle and then an immediate reversal with a green candle. Something like that. Like monster, like straight down, then straight back up. Wicket. But that might be bottom there. I wanted to see them take that fucking gap. Well, they ain't taking it. If you're in puts, I wouldn't be in puts here. Even if we go down, it's too risky. And this just held right here. That just held, so that's bullish. Now we're just waiting for you're just waiting to break past this one and break past this one right here. So should see a move there and then a move right there. I guess I did delete that and shouldn't have deleted that. Should I have? That one right there. And then that one right there. My drawings are getting sloppy. There's a battle here. One minute trigger trying to flatten right now. Tempting. If we do make a bloodbath down here, it's going to be fast. Just keep sliding this over. And that actually needs to be lower. Keep moving this over. Downside move valid again. If you want to take puts, now's the time to take it. Should see a rejection and go straight down. This is a valid trade right here now. Look at that tick right there. Just waiting on a rejection here. Just so you can count with me. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Count this with me. We're doing over this morning. 1, 2, 3. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. $33, 16. Sorry, I'm talking to people in the Discord right now. This is like pretty brief. I don't. Oh, if you're watching the stream right now, this is like a really big inflection point. There's like a so let me just visualize this for you. If we lose this, we break down, and then there's a trap into the bell at 4 p.m. and they're gonna want to like slip this down and retrace the entire move. So this is kind of like pretty big inflection point here. And there's a door that closes above. Into the close today, there's a doorway or a door that gets invariably shut. It's pretty fucking bearish into. I wouldn't know if I'd say it's bearish. You're still on trend. And well, not only that, but it also does the don't chase the whole trade into the close too. You could look at it that way, I guess. But don't chase the close. Like if we're able to get down into like 533 into the bell, 533.34. Yep, right here. If at any point we can get down here into the close, they have all day to do it too. We can move this. We can move this and move this and move this all the way over. So they don't. It's not that far to go. But this one right here This one right here seals the deal. So that will turn yellow, and this will become the target. We're not there yet, but we're just they're trying. We would close likely today, like right here. And that's where the bud don't chase the hole comes from, but we haven't lost it yet, so we're still sitting here. Okay, a couple things here. We got some stuff to talk about here. We've got 3 major reports coming up end of day. Now, this could be playing into it too. So there's a few things here. So let's just chat about this really quick. If we lose this here, we're already losing it. So if we lose this here, right, into end of day, it could be a mechanic too of the reports that we have at the end of the day, leaving the room to trade higher. So let's look at this. Let's look at this from the perspective of, let's get rid of this, because what we're gonna now do is we're gonna trade all this, and we're gonna run sideways into the close. So there's your target, but we're gonna hit this. Don't worry about it. We're gonna get this no matter what. It's already a done deal. Here's 1600 way over here. Right there. And now we're locked in here, which is gonna suck. 1300, 1251, 1 p.m. They're gonna burn this whole day. There's 2:30. There's 3 o'clock. We're gonna torch this entire day here. There's 2 p.m. There's 3 o'clock. That's all big data. This is a big data burn. So we're gonna trade all the way down here. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna trade sideways. And we're gonna park this bad boy right into this 4 p.m. It's possible that we squeeze higher, but without a doubt, we're going to stay down here into the close. So that's not good. And I've got calls on. I've got 0 dates on here. Now this could be a function of the reports that we have. We have three major reports at the end of the day. This is coming a little bit sooner than I expected. I expected it to be. I mean, we did hit our upside target. So this one right here, we hit this over here. I was hoping for it a little bit later, so we'll just say that that's there. This is our downside target right here. Just so you can see, I haven't moved anything. We hit it up here. We hit it down here. And then the next move is to 552.02. Now, the problem is the time. So we're coming into this right now, just so you can see it. We're going all the way down here. We're gonna nail this whole fucking thing right here. We're going down. Oh, damn it! Sorry about that. Well, at least I think I can take a lunch because we're not going anywhere. First target here. Second target is the green box. We're not done. We're gonna drag this fucker out too. It's gonna be like this. Oh God, nightmare fuel. It's like pure nightmare fuel. 564. There it is. Red. We don't leave here now. All day long. And we're going to stay here this entire day. Ugh. Oh. Oh, it's going to suck. Get over there. And we're going to grind. Target hit. And get rid of this. And we just get parked. Fuck. Yeah, we get parked right here. 550, 350, 60. Yep, we get parked in here. Okay, so what we're going to do for the rest of today is this. Holy shit. What is all this? Oh, fuck. We got more shit from Trump here. Okay, I'm going to read this to you. Trump says we will, quote, we will have a fair trade deal with China. Besant saying, I do not have time frame for start with China talks. They will have to take, we already know this one. But here's something bigger here. This is from Trump now, not Besant. We are very close to a Ukraine-Russia deal. Zelensky should finally get it done. This is from Truth Social now. Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky is boasting on the front page of the Wall Street Journal. Holy Christ. That Ukraine will not legally recognize the occupation of Crimea. There's nothing to talk about here. The statement is very harmful to the peace negotiations with Russia. We're going to address this today, too. With Russia, in that Crimea was lost years ago under the auspices of President Barack Obama and is not even a point of discussion. Nobody is asking Zelensky to recognize Crimea as Russian territory, but if he wants Crimea, Why didn't they fight for it 11 years ago when it was handed over to Russia without a shot being fired? Yeah, we know why, because there was an agreement. The area also houses for many years before the Obama handover, and there was fighting in Crimea, believe it or not, major fighting. Major Russian Obama handover, major Russian submarine bases. It's inflammatory statements like Zelensky's that make it so difficult to settle this war. He has nothing to boast about. The situation for Ukraine is dire. He can have peace or he can fight for another 3 years before losing the whole country. Notice that he says he can fight for the next 3 years. That's implying that Trump believes that he's not going to lose the midterms. This is important stuff here. I have nothing to do with Russia, but have much to do with wanting to save on average 5,000 Russian and Ukrainian soldiers a week who are dying for no reason whatsoever. The statement made by Zelensky today will do nothing but prolong the killing field, and nobody wants that. We are very close to a deal, but the man with no cards to play should now finally get it done. I look forward to being able to help Ukraine and Russia get out of this complete and total mess. That would never have started if I were president. Then he goes on to say, oh no, now this is from Besant. This is huge stuff here. Like, okay, let's deal with Trump here quickly. Let's start with Trump. Oh. I explained in a brief, a special report this week about warfare. I was in the military, and the second half of my career was with U.S. Army Command. So I spent a lot of time with guys that spend their, like on airplanes and in trucks and cars and wearing a suit, civilian clothes at times. But I was with U.S. Army Command, 25th Infantry Division, which is U.S. Army Command for Pacific Theater. You want to know? So I was with them. I had combat arms experience, and I went colorblind, and I took a job where I was a driver, aide de camp for a general, 2-star general. And I sat in a lot of rooms, and I learned a lot about theory of warfare in that time period in my life. So when I wrote that thing for you the other night, I want you to understand that I discussed in that brief how you ladder into open warfare. So trade disputes can be laddered into trade war. And trade wars mimic open warfare. Like fighting. They're very similar. And if you can identify that you're in a war, there are some key points about being in war. If I have a dispute with you, and let's say I have 2 or 3, are we really fucking doing this? I'm still in calls, by the way, here. We're not going down here to trade the day away. Okay. You show me the way. We're not going down to there. Okay. Are we now trapped in 39 to 63? Holy Christ. 539.63. That now becomes red. And we haven't backtested this yet, so this isn't valid yet. We gotta backtest this. So when you're in a disagreement, right? Let's say you're a nation that borders me, and there's illegal immigrants coming back and forth, right? Or maybe they're coming from my country into yours. So I have a grievance with you, and I say, look, I don't want you people coming in my country. And you say to me, you know what, Jim, go fuck yourself. I'm not going to stop people from coming into your country, like blatantly. Now, over the decades and years and hundreds of years, I probably have other grievances. And I've always probably coveted your country for expansion. Commodities. You probably have some gold or some whatever in the ground, and security, and I can expand my borders. So I have a grievance with you. If we work that grievance out, that's fine, right? Now, if we move into warfare, this is with Ukraine and Russia. I have to decide. If I'm Ukraine, I have to decide. Well, what do they want? We want Crimea. Okay, we gave it to you. And then all of a sudden, Russia starts to take more of their land. And Ukraine has to make a decision for themselves, which is, okay, so what does this mean? They had a grievance. We gave them their grievance. And now they're saying they want more. So Ukraine has to ask themselves a question. The question is two or threefold. It's basically, is this really a grievance, or do you want the whole thing? And the second question is, they want the whole thing. Can they get it from us? And so Ukraine, or any country, doesn't matter who the country is, but in this case, it's Ukraine. They have to decide, can we fight this country and beat them? Can we keep our nation? Can we take back what we originally lost, Crimea, in this case? So for me, what is it? For me, it's, if I'm Ukraine, I have to ask these questions. And Ukraine did their own math. We either lose everything or we hold on as long as possible and wear them out until they lose the will to fight, either through regime change, and Putin's getting older, right? Regime change, which could take a long time. He's not elected, right? He's fake elected, but he's getting older. Or just losing the will to fight, right? People get tired. Their people get tired. Loss of resources, loss of this, loss of that. So they do their own calculations on this. So when you hear like Trump say things like, he's stopping the peace process and he's stopping this and he's stopping that, it doesn't make logical sense for Zelensky to give up here. It really doesn't. So when you hear this stuff from Trump, it's garbage. It's a garbage argument. Not until Ukraine knows they're going to lose will they go to the negotiating table honestly and be willing to give up the country to Russia, even if UN's there, NATO's there, doesn't matter. They have to accept that they're going to lose everything, not just Crimea, not just anything, but the entire country. So if you think about it, think about Zelensky. In his mind, he says what right now? A few things. Zelensky is telling himself, well, the U.S., Trump might get hogtied at the midterms. All we have to hold out for is the midterms. That's it. That's how it tells his people, tells inner circle. We just got to hold on, man, till like another year and a half. 3 at the latest. And Trump just noted that. What is he going to do? Hold on for 3 years? But there's other things going on here. We're fighting with China. We're breaking our agreements with Europe. And there was another statement made. I saw this being pushed everywhere. They were like, well, Europe can't fight Russia. They've only got 1 million men. And I'm like, no. You just had Zelensky leave the United States, go to Europe, and meet with European leaders. The largest standing army in Europe is not Europe. It's Ukraine. Ukraine has 1 million-man army, 960,000 men and women that are combat hardened. Europe has another 1 million. And so when Trump is negotiating with Zelensky, think about it from his perspective. Well, I've got 1 million men, and I just met with Europe, and they got 1 million men, and they've got money, and they've got ammunition, and they've got munitions, and I'm building my own shit right now, my own rockets and this and that and whatever. And I've got a coalition from around the world sending troops to me. That too. There are Colombians fighting in Russia or in Ukraine right now for Ukraine, and there's new alliances being formed. If you paid close attention to when Zelensky was in the Oval Office, and then a week later when he was in Europe, the PM of Germany and France were there. They were like, "Fuck yeah, bro." And if you think about it, if I was the leader of France and Germany, I would never, ever let Ukraine down. Why? They are the 1 million man army saving Europe. Right? Right? And it gives me the time as a European to build up my forces and supply the arms, and you're dying as a Ukrainian. And they can just tell him privately. You could see the smiles on their face when he went to Europe. Oh, there we go. We're now, oh, there we go. We're back in again. Okay, now we're in this zone. I guess we're not going to get parked down here for now. Now we're trading this zone. We're right here. I don't even want, I'm not even looked at my calls yet. I got something else. I got a whole different thing open on my screen. My calls are in a fucking brokerage behind another window right now. So, when you're listening to this, and this has to do with trade war too. So the reason I'm bringing this up is because Zelensky has no fucking reason to stop fighting. He's got zero. And not only does he have zero reason to stop fucking fighting, he has Europe behind him. It's in Europe's best interest for, number one, the fighting not to stop, because just like the U.S., more dead Russians is better. I'll be honest with you. The longer we fucking take out a two-front war and like damaging Russia, not a bad thing. And Europe feels the same way. The less men Europe has to face, the better off they are. And they're not losing their own sons and daughters. Ukraine is. They're paying with blood. And so you got what, a year and a half, maybe 3 years you got to hold on for possible regime change. Europe can put pressure on the U.S. and our population so that we grow tired of who? Trump. So it's in the best interest right now of China and Europe to make you and I grow tired of trade war, grow tired of Trump, even if you support him. And this has a lot to do with trade war. So when you're hearing this from Trump today about like maybe a possible squeeze on a possible ending to hostilities, or if you're betting on a major market squeeze on the ending of hostilities between Russia and Ukraine, some kind of like serious truce, the only way you get a real truce is if Ukraine thinks they can lose. Or if Russia thinks they can lose. And the mechanic of that is Russia just had massive munitions plant blow up, like massive. The largest munitions plant in Russia blew up like 2 days ago. So Zelensky is probably already thinking to himself, well, maybe they can't even wage war. They might not even be able to start an offensive right now. They could be in a quagmire, which is not good for Russia, is it? Russia does not want time to pass. Time is bad for Russia. Time is not good because they know it's unknown what happens in the U.S. midterms. It's unknown what happens in 3 years. So they have to be able to put on an offensive. You see what I'm saying here? Like, it's all come together. So is it real that we're going to get a truce? between Russia and Ukraine, which would be a major market squeeze? Probably not. And this is on my financial news stream right now. So, and this is all about like, hey, we should squeeze, man. Next day or two, Russia, Ukraine, they're gonna announce a ceasefire, and the market's gonna moon. I'm gonna give that like a 30% chance, maybe 15. You'll be lucky if we get that true truce. Like we're ceasing hostilities. You might get it though. You might get the ceasing of hostilities, but not because of peace. Because you think Ukraine's going to give in. It would be because Russia cannot continue to fight. So the tables might be turning here. Where who is winning everything? Maybe it's not Russia. So you see the pressure from Trump to end the war and saying Zelensky doesn't have a place to stand at. And in reality, there's a good chance that he thinks, if we go to the negotiating table, it ain't me going, it's Putin going. So that's why you hear Zelensky this morning saying, like, we're not giving up this, we're not giving up Crimea, we're not giving up that. In a warfare like this, tables might be turning, and not in the way that you think, nor the way that Trump is trying to portray. Zelensky's in a pretty good position to not end the war at this point. And not only that, Russia might be losing its ability to carry the war on offensively for a period of time, which then again puts Russia closing the war, winning against Ukraine in jeopardy, and turns Ukraine into what? A quagmire that your own people get tired of, and the winds of political change that may happen could also reignite more support for Ukraine again from the U.S. in the future. So that was Trump on Zelensky today. That was on my feed. Next, we're going to go back to Besant. Besant, quote, as part of a return to its core mandate, the IMF must conduct robust analysis and put greater pressure on members to maintain fair and transparent in currency practices. We must work together to tackle excess capacity in systematic economies like China and respond to unfair practices. To do so, the IMF needs to step up and provide a frank and even-handed assessment of policies that hold back domestic demand and generate negative spillovers, harming workers and businesses in other countries. In lending, the IMF must improve the quality and effectiveness of its programs so that countries exit these arrangements on a stable footing and avoid prolonged dependence on IMF support. To do so, the IMF must renew its emphasis on traditional lending programs that resolve members' balance of payments problems in the short term so that countries can quickly exit IMF financial support. As part of this effort, the IMF must shift its focus from lending quantity to program quality and implementation. This means holding countries accountable to program performance and empowering IMF staff to walk away if reform commitment is lacking. The IMF must also strengthen the implementation of its debt sustainability and transparency policies. For countries in debt distress, I welcome the IMF's leadership in helping to improve the debt restructuring process and its work towards preventing the buildup of unsustainable debt. Through early active engagement with countries facing debt challenges, including on debt transparency. But through early active engagement with countries facing debt challenges, including on debt transparency. But more is needed in this space. I expect the IMF to identify and highlight unsustainable lending practices and to more proactively push recalcitrant bilateral creditors to come to the table to work with borrower countries. that just popped up on Besant. Besant goes on to talk. But thank God. I think that's all of it. I think that's all of it. I've got the full release here from the Department of Treasury. That was I'm going to post the link to this here. Oh, shit. Send now. Oh, no. Hold on. Edit message. No, not a thumbs up. Pointy up. Point. So now. And that was a release that just came out from Besant on the weakness or strength of the dollar in consolidating power with the dollar as the preeminent currency in the world against China. SPY now regaining. I'm going to look at my calls now. God damn it. I'm getting fucking hammered here. I don't even know if I should buy more. I can't touch them anymore. I'm not going to add any more. Still in calls. I'm going to take a quick potty break, lift some weights. When I get back, we're going to look at the 3 reports at the end of today. We're going to look at Now, IBM, and Chipotle, which all report and can move this market in a major way into the close today. Currently, we're torching the market sideways here. We've got this lower band down here that we're not trapped in any longer. This is the fade band down here and sideways into the close. We are trading slightly higher here. That is a nod to the upside into this close. It's bullish, not bearish into the bell, but we'll see how this continues on. Just note here that there's a fair chance of us just ranging in here for the rest of the day in the middle. This is really ugly, messy nastiness here. Give me like 15, not 15 minutes, like 5-10 minutes. I really got to go potty. It's 12:48. It's 1 in the afternoon. And I've been sitting here since like 9 a.m. So when I get back, we're going to review these 3 tickers for the end of the day. I'll give you an outlook. The outlook has not changed. We're still going higher. The trade up to the upside, the next upside target here is 552. Believe it or not. But we're going to need some help to get up there, of course. And they're going to murder the fuck out of us to get up there. They're going to murder this whole chain the entire day before we start trading that 52. I'll be back with you guys in about 15 minutes. Oh, wait a minute. I got one more thing. Nope, that's all I've got for you. That was a giant wall of text right there. I'll be right back with you guys.
Ten minutes away from when we get the 5-year note auction with a prior bid cover of 2.33 and a prior high yield of 4.10%. The US looking to sell $70 billion of 5-year notes. So just a bit of research then, JP Morgan strategists see the auction as requiring more of a concession in order to be absorbed smoothly given unattractive valuations. Latest CFTC positioning data shows speculators were net short 2.1 million 5-year note futures, a record amount and a possible source of covering demand at the auction.
Just a note, failure to catch a new low here on the half an hour. This goes away again. Now higher low on intraday at 1250.
I'm just going to get the 5-year note auction. Prior bid cover was 2.33. Prior high yield was 4.1%. 1 minute to go until we get the when issued yield for the 5-year note auction. Ten seconds. Treasury when issued 5-year yield 4.005% for the $70 billion auction. Also, Reeves says the UK will not relax food standards to secure a US trade deal, and the UK will not rush trade talks with the US. Reeves also says that UK won't relax standards on autos, food, and online safety, and a deal with the US can be done, including tech partnership.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
Bid cover 2.41 with a high yield of 3.995%. So the US selling $70 billion of 5-year notes and awarding 76.41% of bids at high. Primary dealers take 11.12% of 5-year note sale, direct 24.84%, and indirect 64.04%. US Treasury 5-year yields decline after the $70 billion auction. So remember that when issued, 5-year yield was 4.005%. It's about 10 minutes away. Comments from ECB's Muller says growth to be more modest and recession unlikely. It's too soon whether to say June will be a cut or a pause. Euro gain to hurt competitiveness and call inflation. Monetary policy is no longer restrictive. So currently speaking in an interview. So as I was saying, in about 10 minutes' time, we're expected to hear from Bank of England's Governor Bailey speaking at the IIF. The video is on his name on the economic calendar. We'll post out the video too on the feed. We have posted out the video where Bank of England's Governor Bailey will be speaking on the Financial News feed. So in regards to text, it's not expected, but there's a Q&A on the record. And then later on at 2 p.m. Eastern Time, Breeden speaking at the same event. No text is to be expected for her. And there's it's open to media and there's Q&A on record. So according to a reporter for CNBC on X saying Chinese embassy in the US post statement from an official saying our doors are open if the US wants to talk. If a negotiated solution is truly what the US wants, it should stop threatening and blackmailing China and seek dialogue based on equality, respect, and mutual benefit. To keep asking for a deal while exerting extreme pressure is not the right way to deal with China and simply will not work. Bank of England's Governor Bailey says fragmenting the world economy will be bad for growth. He was speaking just before he's due to speak.
Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
$45 counterparties take $171.780 billion at the Federal Reserve Corporation. Bank of England's Governor Bailey says the UK is an open economy, so US relation with the rest of the world matters. We do have to take very seriously the risk of growth. According to the information, OpenAI forecasts revenue topping $125 billion in 2029 as agents and new products gain. Bailey says, I was very encouraged by Besant's speech. Bailey says, it's important that there's a commitment to institutions. Bailey says that China has had a sustained weak household domestic demand, and that's not sustainable forever. Bank of England's Governor Bailey says there's a lot of leverage in government bond markets. Adding markets have functioned in the last few weeks.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
I'll be on in just a few minutes, guys. Ow. What's going on with my hair over here? My quaff. Grind, grind, grind. Look at this grind. Oof. Just grind. Just grinding it up. We're going to grind this whole day here. It's going to grind right into the end of the day. So I just need a few more minutes here. I just got told no on a. I just got an email. I have to respond to. I'm in a meeting really quick here, guys. Not paying attention here. Hold on. Yeah, it's a little bit closer. You can see it here. Watch this here closely. Could end up holding this. Look for this trade higher here. We'll see if we can pound this down again. We may not, though. If you watch this closely, this move started like right here. This could be the bottom. It's just burning. We're just burning. I've got calls still on. My calls are like up, then way down, then up, then way down. They're going to torch these fucking things. And likely due to expectations on these earnings, slamming us higher again. So my thought here is I'm not going to add any calls. I'll leave the 0 dates on, and I'll add 1 dates for the overnight, depending upon where price is in the end of the day. We'll talk more about this here in a minute. Just not giving up 5,400 down here.
Governor Beatty's comments.
And the half hour and hourly trigger is moving higher on SPX. Shouldn't be long, and momentum will catch up on SPX.
Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
Gotta be kidding me. Let's see if that works. Just hanging out here at 5,400. Still magneting this 5,400. And we got a magnet at 5,500 too. Come on. How does that not? I'm still here with you guys. I'll undo this here so you can see me. I'm still here. I'm in the middle of a meeting really quick. Hold on. So what we're going to do here is wait and see if this holds. If this holds here, there's another one right here. See if we can begin to move higher or not. We can hit this or go higher. It's going to be difficult to get through this, though. Oh, sorry about that. 130. We had the high. Yeah, we kind of need to get. I'm assuming that dealers need to get this down here. If they don't get us down here, we're going to squeeze. Watch out for a squeeze here. If they can't get price down, that's hard to gauge there. If they can't get price down here, we're gonna squeeze. So just be watching this closely here, and we kind of need to break this whole thing. There's another squeeze up here. And the trade would go. Yeah, we got a high tick there too, so we would trade. We could have a monster squeeze. So we're right back at another. Just be careful in here. There could be a big squeeze to the upside. If you're a dealer, you want to get down here if you can. I don't know. Another major bottom to squeeze again. We're kind of like sucked in the middle here.
Away from the top of the hour, we get the
Like garbage positioning.
We also get commentary from Bank of England's Breeden speaking at an IMF.
541.81.
Is expected, but there's a Q&A record. We're also expected to hear from ECB's.
Okay, this trade is.
We'll lead with a Fed beige.
If this holds, this trade is. All the way up there, so we'll start ramping this all the way up into the close here. Pay very close attention to this. Was it 130, 230? Yeah. We haven't moved. Kind of need to get under here to not start ramping because this is going to ramp. Kind of need. Yeah, like I think dealers need this to fade like the whole way down. just like drain the market here sideways. That's what I think needs to happen. So here's 4 p.m. Let's go over here to this trigger screen. If I were a dealer, so here's 4 p.m. right here. I wouldn't want any of this ramp happening, which is very possible, or just a slow ramp up into the close. You can kind of see it up there too. But if I was a dealer, I'd want to fade this as long as I possibly can before I move higher, or as long as possible into the close. There is something else to be said here too, which is there's a possibility of a downside move to 533.38, which is this one right here that we've left open here. We never hit this low over here earlier today. There could be a thesis made that if you wanted to long whatever this is here, we could still snap down here to go higher. Whether that's let me make this bigger. Make this so you can see it. There's a lot of like burn in here. We either need to burn this down to go higher, or this needs to be. And I'll show you why that squeeze is so big. If we're not going to make a new low down here and we just got stopped here, all of this comes back and then we're into focus, right? Right there. Now on a larger frame, we're still heading in this direction to 52 into tomorrow. And we should crank this. We should literally, scaling out from a 1 minute chart, the target is, fucking high, man. It's high as fuck. It's like, get up here, right? Break up here, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on a higher frame. So, what do we do in here? I don't know. There's a couple ways of looking at it. If we start trading up here, we just got to torch it at some point. So, and then we hit the upside one right there. So you hit this one right here, then you hit that one right there. Maybe afterwards, and then up here, and then moving on. Anyways,
Morning Post here, European Parliament in final stages.
Remember, we're on a 1 minute chart here. So get rid of that. And what we're going to do here is go to the main screen, and for the fade trade, we needed to get down here. For the fade trade, we needed to fail this and get down there. We didn't fail it, did we? And we held this. So, we start running up. Give me just 1 more minute. I got one more thing to do here. I just gotta finish this one stupid thing. I'm in the middle of this
We have posted out the article on the Financials newsfeed for you to read through.
I think tighter we got.
Away from the Fed beige book. We're also expected to hear from.
Oh, maybe it's beige book that's gonna crank it. Okay, that works. I forgot about beige book at 2 p.m.
Just an update with
Thanks for saying something there.
time.
Yeah, beige book comes out at 2 p.m. And also note too that we got really wonky economic news today. Like we had data that at 9:30 this morning. We had really funky timing on data. But today we get 2 p.m. the Fed beige book. We get build.
The South China Morning Post article says that the European Parliament is in its final stages of discussions with Beijing about removing sanctions on its members, smoothing the way for normalization with relations with the bloc, according to a spokesperson for the lawmaking body.
I got something I'm going to post for you here inside the Discord.
It is understood that Metsola has met with the Chinese ambassador several times and worked intensively over the past weeks to get this over the finish line.
Right here. Continues.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then
no.
sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
So at 2 p.m. we get Fed beige book. We had like data at 9:30, 9:45 this morning. But also note too, we get durable goods tomorrow morning at 9:30 and existing home sales tomorrow at 10 a.m. And these are the two, I would say the two largest reports of this week. 9:30. Well, I would say leading into it is beige book, but then the bigger one, the one that really matter, the two that really matter, is the existing home sales, and that's at 10 a.m. and then of course durable goods month over month. The consensus is 2 on durable goods. The forecast is 1.7. The previous was 0.9. Now, durable goods seasonally. You guys ever notice when we see like data come out, and we'll catch a tail on a 3-month data or a 6-month data, not a month over month, but like over 3 months. Sometimes you catch either end of good data or bad data. March is usually a good month for durable goods. Historically is a good month. Excuse me, not March. Yeah, we're getting March figures right now. Yeah, we're in April, but we're getting March figures right now. So this might be a good report for today or for tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning, or should be good. Yeah, they got durable orders, excluding defense, excluding transpo, excluding airlines. Airlines have taken a hit, but transportation's been good. Defense has been outstanding as well. I think durable goods should be a good report. 2 p.m. Just give me a minute here. Durable goods is about to drop.
Still waiting on the report to come through, the beige book. Beige book coming through now. Economic activity was little change in the previous report, but uncertainty around international trade policy was pervasive across reports. The outlook in several districts worsened considerably as economic uncertainty, particularly surrounding tariffs, rose. Prices increased across districts, with 6 characterizing price growth as modest and 6 characterizing it as moderate, similar to the previous report. Economic activity was little changed since the previous report, but uncertainty around international trade policy was pervasive across reports.
And there's nothing stopping us from going up here. Nothing. It's a gap. It's a giant gap. There's zero stopping us from heading up here.
Fed Beige Book says U.S. economic activity little changed since previous report.
And economic activity across the boards has shifted, but hasn't lessened. There was an argument made with some of retail sales. That it was less, but it wasn't. It's just because the cost of goods and services have gone down. And we're a service-based economy, not a manufacturing-based economy. Which, of course, everyone wants that, but the services are still booming. It drives our whole economy. Now, the outlook on this Fed
book says employment little changed, and a little change is slightly up in most districts.
The outlook looks like shit. Dude, what's going on here? I didn't post this for you. Damn it. Okay, what's going on here? Why can't I? Can I post this? Send now. Sorry about that. I meant to post this to you earlier. You want to read this here. And here is the beige book too. This I didn't read off to the free stream. That top post I just put inside the Discord. And here is a link to the beige book. Yeah, and we've got Michigan sentiment, I think, coming out too on Friday. This Friday, we get Michigan consumer sentiment, the final, and we get Michigan 5-year inflation expectations, consumer expectations final, the current conditions final, the inflation expectations final, all of that on Friday in the morning. We know that the Michigan sentiment is going to continue to deteriorate. Not only historical lows, but being in the information age. The beige book, of course, is relaying that, and Michigan consumer sentiment will continue to.
White House envoy Witkoff is expected to meet Putin on Friday.
Have a downbeat.
Axios reporter citing U.S. official in a post on X on Witkoff.
What is going on here in the background? I'm like, this, like, Google is not easy, or Google is becoming almost unusable. It's just like ads everywhere. I'm trying to get an answer here, and it can't even get an answer. All right, we're going to switch over now to. We're going to switch over now to reviewing the 3 after the close reports that we have. So after the bell, we've got O'Reilly Auto Parts, Alaska Airlines, IBM, ServiceNow, Chipotle, Century Communities, Newmont, Texas Instruments, Lam Research, and the Sands. Tomorrow on the open, we get American Airlines, Freeport, McRand Copper. This is one of Winky's favorite tickers. Nokia, Southwest, Merck, PepsiCo, NASDAQ, Valero. And then we get Alphabet and the close tomorrow. We get Intel. Intel today, of course, or not of course, but Intel today, I forgot to tell you, announced a bunch of layoffs today. So maybe we can if we take a look at these 3 that are reporting after the close. Then we're also going to review, if we can get to it, even if it's just briefly, let's look at Alphabet and Intel for Thursday so that you're prepared into tomorrow. I fucking hate the fucking I can't stand the grind. Oh, you can't stand it. And we're going up here. Just a warning to you. A couple things. Let's go to a few things here. Do this on. Just a warning to you. We're going. Oh, wait a minute. I'm the wrong one. I just want you to know that we're going higher here. We are not closing that gap to the downside. Any hopes that you have of closing that gap down there, it ain't happening. We're going up. The way is higher. So I need you to know that the way here is higher. And not only is it higher, it's higher big time. Like today, tomorrow, Google, Alphabet, we're going up here. So anyone that thinks that we're going to go down there and close that gap, we better get some bad reports. Either after the bell, like IBM, ServiceNow, Chipotle, even maybe O'Reilly. But O'Reilly is not affected by tariffs. There's no tariffs on auto parts because of the auto tariffs and sanctions. And this is how you know you're in a trade war too. So let me go back here real quick. Like, there's so many things right now that scream, even though they're not. Well, some people are telling you, or they don't highlight it. They say, "Oh, we're in a trade war," but they don't tell you. They don't tell you the danger of a trade war. They don't tell you the history of a trade war. And our country has not had a major trade war since the 1920s and 30s. Like, literally, not a single time in history, not a person alive today has been through a legitimate trade war. We have small ones, but not like this. And even in these sanctions even in these tariffs we've done, we did not mandate auto part sanctions or tariffs, and that is because these are basic services that you need. Like, be able to fix your car, even if they're not building cars, so that you can get around. It's that rudimentary. So I have good. I think O'Reilly should be good. They shouldn't have too bad of a outlook. They put together the auto parts, like an auto parts group put together some kind of a news release saying that they shouldn't increase, or the government shouldn't increase tariffs on auto parts. I don't see that. I do see the outlook on auto part reports being negative only if negotiations deteriorate and we do tit for tat. Where
Levitt, speaking on Fox News, says Trump won't give up on fair trade practices.
No, we know that. We don't need to hear this. And the news shouldn't be reporting it, but whatever.
It's not fair to say that Trump is softening.
Yeah, Trump is not softening.
We have 18 proposals on paper.
Trump is not softening. It's fucking bullshit. we wouldn't be here. We wouldn't have red hats that says "Make America Great Again." There's no softening. I guarantee you. There's like none. If there was, he's going to lose his entire
Trump
base.
is using a leverage to bring nations to the
I
table.
can't believe I'm arguing for Trump right now. I think it's so crazy.
And there
Okay.
will be a fair trade deal with China.
O'Reilly Auto Parts, if there was anything bad in the guidance, it would be something where trade war breaks down further and there are sanctions on OEM parts that we can't get our hands on. And that is dangerous. It would shut our economy down, right? That would be worse than chips. Remember we had chip shortages and we couldn't sell cars, right? We were stripping cars for chips too. There was like
Also, Levitt says we need to make critical minerals, and chips, and pharma in the US.
but OEM parts like your thermostat and the hoses for your car, the belts and all that kind of stuff, that's really dangerous, right? It can shut down our economy
And there will
invariably.
be no unilateral reduction on China tariff.
So we're going to now look at, now we're going to look at
It's up to Trump what China tariff rate will be.
the fucking tariff stuff, man. It's driving me batty now. It's like it's absurd at this point. And I just read an article from Nick Timmeros, and he's talking about going crazy too. He's like, what does he say? He's saying
And that concludes Levitt's interview in Fox.
Trump said he has no intention of firing Fed Chair Powell. That shouldn't even be the news. The news all along should be Trump can't fire Powell, so why are we even wasting our breath on this? Does not matter if his attorneys are looking at it. Doesn't matter if he's picking his nose with it. Doesn't matter if he's wiping his ass with toilet paper. It's a non-news story. It means zero. It only means something if they attempted to fire him. Without that, it's just non-issue. It means absolutely fucking zero. So whatever. Anyways, so we're going to go on to O'Reilly Auto Parts. We'll take a quick look at them, but I'm not going to go into depth or detail on O'Reilly Auto Parts. We'll see if there's some kind of a down move that's hidden or anything like that. We'll move on to IBM, ServiceNow, Chipotle. I'm not going to look at Alaska Airlines at all. They're not going to move the market, I don't think. They're not going to drop SPY 3, 4, 5%. And I'm going to set this up on the bottom side of your screen here, and I'll talk you through it. I'm going to move the chat up
Now only $99
into the middle up here,
for real-time service.
kind of make the chat smaller, and we'll watch SPY. Start squeezing, bro. Like, seriously, like, stop. Like, stop grinding. Like, the grinding is killing me. Like, killing me over here. Like, we need, where's SoftBank when we need them? We need Pampasan.
Besson says no currency targets sought in Japan trade
We
talks.
need Pampasan coming in and just buying a bunch of 0-8 calls. I need to be richer.
G7 agreements on Forex. So this is Treasury
I need
Secretary.
to start moving the SPY on my own.
Levitt just reiterates what we already know, and it's on the calendar as well. That Trump is, we will hear from Trump again
God.
at 5 p.m. Eastern time.
Yeah, I bet. More Trump, more Bessent, more Trump, more bullshit,
Levitt
more
just
spewing.
reiterating that China tariffs are leverage.
Killing me over here with this like
Levitt
Trump
says Trump
Bessent
signed
shit and the
executive
Ukraine and
orders.
Russia.
Trump signed 7 executive orders today focused on education.
All I want is a lame duck. Just give me the lame duck. Can't wait till it just fades. That happened, believe it or not. There was a moment in this first presidency where it just faded. People were just fading everything. Like, just didn't matter anymore. So you just can't wait for that moment again. Okay, so down below here, this is SPX Gamma. We're still holding 5,400. We have a target of 5,500 to the upside. Bears don't want to see that, right? Because we're going to positive Gamma. I don't think we hold this, though.
Says, have some patience. You'll see.
I think we get that bloodbath to close the gap, but I think it's higher to go lower. We did some kind of a halfback trade on that gap, so there's no reason to go down there unless we have to start getting some bad reports. I'm going to look at O'Reilly Auto Parts really quick. That's right.
Levis says Trump is not asking Ukraine to recognize Crimea.
Yeah. Look at this beefy fucking shit. Backbone of America right here. And this really is. This is a good topic, right? O'Reilly Auto Parts or any auto parts. Really, it's more the backbone of America than a used car or even a new car. This keeps America rolling, right? That you could on your own, even without. Let's check this really quick. Even with
Both sides need to walk away a little unhappy.
oh God. Ugh. Are you guys suffering through this like I am?
There's a bit commenting on Ukraine and Russia negotiations.
This is like Ukraine, Russia, Besant. Ukraine, Russia, Trump, Besant. Ukraine, Russia, Trump, Besant. We're going to come with a deal, man. No, we aren't. Yes, we are.
Seems to be moving in the wrong direction.
Ukraine, Russia, Besant. Ukraine, Russia, Besant. Ukraine, Russia, Trump. Trump, Ukraine, Russia, Ukraine, Russia. Besant.
US 10-year yield turns positive, last at 4.3909% in reversal of earlier bond rally.
Bend you again there. Bend you again there, homeboy. Bend you again there, Quinn. Gone again. Got you again, sucker. Got you again. Again and again and again. Get you every time. All right. So we've got O'Reilly Auto Parts in the bottom right or bottom left-hand side of your screen down below. You've got on a daily basis, velocity is negative on a weekly and weak on a daily basis. So weak right now on O'Reilly Auto Parts, weak on a weekly basis, though we're still accumulating on a monthly basis, but it's starting to look a little bit weak.
To reporters outside the White House.
We're going to turn this shit off. We're going to turn this.
Voice news disconnected.
We're going to turn the Trump shit off. The Trump steal the show and Besant steal the show. O'Reilly Auto Parts actually looks weak on multiple time frames here. On a 30-minute basis. Let's go down here and look at this really quick because I thought it would continue to go up. But velocity is telling a different story. Daily velocity on a 30-minute basis has a series of declining highs. You might think that is bullish, right? It's going to squeeze higher. Probably not. It's actually going to turn weak. On a daily basis, it looks really bad. The weekly is putting in lower lows, and the daily is going negative right now. We're also putting in weaker monthlies and weaker quarterlies on O'Reilly Auto Parts. This thing's been cranking. Rightfully so, though, because of what it is as a function of in our economy, right? You always need auto parts to do jam for you. And we're just traded up here 1457 and failed for 1480 and 1500. Big fat round number up here. 1548. This does look like, if it's a good report, that it would still be a sell the news kind of an event. So you have 1500 up here. And when we're topping on these big round numbers, you've got, see this big down candle right here, big reversal candle to the downside. It doesn't necessarily mean this is the top. When you have topping going on, it's usually a process that takes time. You'll get like down hammer candles, up candles, down candles. We can actually trade higher here before a major roll. Topping typically takes time, especially on like a daily basis on these stonks whenever we're up here. And this 1500 though is sketchy. If you look how close this is, we have this tick above here, and it's priced at 1378. Go and look at this together. Just even inside of here, there's like plenty of room for this stock to trade in here and even go higher, even if it's going to roll inside of this consolidation zone. But I'm ultimately bearish on O'Reilly Auto Parts. And that sounds crazy because it hasn't stopped going up. This goes up, 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 up. But I also want to draw your attention to when we traded 1,000, which was in here. And you can see this consolidation, downside, up, finally hits it, and then back down again. Eventually breaking through, though, $1,000. We also have some gaps, some major gaps down below that have been left behind, all the way down to 600. These seem all fine, 749, 888. Left some gaps there. And we're just now beginning to turn, bearish. Hold on a second here. Where's the earnings calendar? There we go. An implied move today of 23rd. Where is the implied move on this? They changed all of this on me. So May 16th, we've got an implied move of 7% to $1,476. On a downside move, we've got $1,280, and that's for May 16th. So an expected move of 7%. Just check this really quick here. Oh, they removed that. That's why you can't see the expected move right now. The implied move today is only 2% move on O'Reilly. What I will tell you this about this, there's only a 2% move expected today on O'Reilly Auto Parts. And this is 2% right here on daily candles. For an upside move, it actually stays range bound. But this is what I want to talk to you about in this stock in particular. If O'Reilly Auto Parts has a good report, and we can get up here to take some liquidity, Is this thing short? Can I short this fucking thing or what? Are there shares available? Consider today a short on O'Reilly or put spreads over time on O'Reilly. Let's take a look at this really quick here on a lower time frame here. I wasn't interested in this stock. This reminds me of gold. Let's look at this really quick. There's some fucking gaps down here that need closed. I want to short the fuck out of this. Or at least get a put spread on it with some time on it. Or if we get a high shorted after the bell. This fucking stock is like primed to get smoked. This shit is like super primed to get smoked. And look at all this. You got gaps down here. Here's the initial move higher right here. This is from January. This is going to be sell the news. This whole fucking thing is going to be sell the news. Watch out for a rotation today out of O'Reilly after the bell. take a look at this here. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. 4, 5. Okay. All right, here we go. O'Reilly. Initially a downside move. To its weekly trigger. I think it's gonna be violent here. Price target 1332 on O'Reilly after the bell here today. There could be a quick squeeze up, just on a beat, but I really don't care if there is a beat. I think it's just noise. Price target. O'Reilly Auto Parts. Today is Wednesday. There. I think we break down here. Be really careful of this stock. I think it goes down. I think price target into Thursday, 1325. We come back up, big giant sucking sound up here. Close this gap. There's a small gap, it looks like, right here. This becomes a rejection point. And we then close the gap down below at 1303. And sometime by like May, when flows come in, we should be trading 1276. Now, if we do that, well, if we do that, we trade this O'Reilly down. I'm bearish on O'Reilly, so all the way down here. You also have a 1, 2, 3 right here. Velocity is negative on this stock. When this comes back up in May, it'll be given the opportunity for the bull run for summer. But I don't think it matters. I think when we get into this like June, July, this is going to become a no-go zone, and you're going to get that right there. It could escape, but the weekly is brutal. Like, and if you're doing 3, you're talking about like 1, 2, and 3 down here. Ultimately, a price target on O'Reilly Auto Parts by fall, $1,000. Maybe 1129. Close the gap right here. But we're already going down there. We're gonna give this move up. And you can see the move started back here in the beginning of the year. And this is the pump from November. So right back here, all this is coming back. Yeah, all this is coming back down here. And it's gonna come up there. We're gonna start blooding. So ultimately, we're going to give away this whole trade. There's going to be a rotation out of O'Reilly Auto Parts. You can see the November pump for Trump, and then you can see the monster pump on tariff, not 2 point. You got tariff 2.0 here, and then we got trade war. But I think we give all of this back, this whole entire trade right here. So bearish on O'Reilly Auto Parts. Wasn't expecting that. I was expecting not to be bearish on it. The point here to be made would be, if you get any chance of liquidity up here, you take it. You take anything, like any like high squeezes on this stock. If you can get it high enough, get yourself some put spreads for like September, December. Even if they're like a bear ratio spread in case you get squeezed out, and then we make the trade later. But I'm pretty bearish on this stock right now. O'Reilly, not a fan. They can put the 2% in today. I think that's on the table to squeeze a little bit, but I ain't down with that trade. I'm down with this one, right? Oh, hold on. I'm down with fucking sell this thing directly into do that one down there. The way is lower. This here is a just so you can see it. If there's a squeeze, it doesn't matter. Price target. $1,300. It's gonna take maybe a day or two to get down there, but I think it's gonna be a bad guidance or bad report. Something that we're missing here, and we'll take out most of that move right here. This would be what you'd need to see. So if you take that move out, that implies we're going to go down here, take that one out, and then a little bit of a huff and puff, even lower. We're going to trade it. We're going to blood the fuck out of this stock, in my view, into first week of May. Bearish, O'Reilly. Next one. We're not moving right now, by the way. The market's not going anywhere. We're just parked. We're just burning fucking options in here. So no movement in SPY. O'Reilly, bearish. Next one. We're going to look at IBM. I got to write this down, make sure I remember these, because I'm 2 for 2 right now. So O'Reilly, bearish. IBM. Let's take a look at these guys here. These guys have been partying too, right? In November, they got the pump. They got another pump in here in February. This has been another loved stock. Now, they did have a nice capitulation move here from a top in March 10th, and we blasted down. We did a pretty good job in here. This looks like, let's go down here and look at IBM. So you can see IBM up here had this nice trade here from November, pump, and then another pump up here, and it kind of held its pants up all the way into another high here, 266, and this is a nice bloodletting right here. This move lower in IBM to $211 is really nice to see. It actually cools this stock off. So let's look at this one on a daily basis for momentum. And this is actually good to see. You can see that it's still being accumulated at a monthly, though on a weekly it looks like shit. This looks terrible here. Daily looks good. This actually looks pretty good. This is improving on a daily basis. So I'm more bullish here on IBM initially. Let's look at it on a 30-minute basis and see if there's anything else we can see here. And we're being shown that again. Daily looks great. On a 30-minute basis. So this is a better looking chart to me in general. And let's take a look at one more thing here. If we're bullish on a daily basis and we're above the daily trigger here, we're just looking for a back test here to go higher. And we still have gaps to close on the upside, even though in weekly we are bearish. So IBM, right off the cuff, without even looking at anything else, IBM down and then up. And then we can start talking about going to the downside over here. Let's just take a look at this together. And I'm not 100% convinced. IBM can actually correct here and go higher into summer. So I don't have any conviction for more downside here in IBM. They could easily trade down here and do the correction that they need to do on a weekly basis. They're still being accumulated on a monthly. They're likely going to stay with the market to the upside and at least trade this summer trade up here. Nice new high up there too. And right up there. They're staying on path here. If at any point you see IBM lose these bottoms here, this would be 214.94. We could have some problems and trace down into this monthly trigger, but I'm not seeing it as a net negative for IBM. Bullish on IBM's close today. Price target. Look for a low to buy at 236.80. Target, upside target, 258.72. But then look for take the money and run on IBM. If you're looking for a summer trade for IBM, the target's 216 to get long for a target to the upside at 288. But I do like this stock today, and I do like it beginning of May for a breakout opportunity. So what would I say for today? Week into the close. IBM. Bullish on their report. So bullish on this stock. Next one we're going to look at is Now. I got to get these done quick because I got to give you an outlook for SPY here. So we got Now next. Yes. Now. This is what I like to see. Big old bloodbath. Big old double top up here, right? Double top, consolidation. Takes time to roll. This is my fear on O'Reilly. You do shit like this, like crank it, and then we go down. Takes time to form a top. You should remember this when we look at gold for end of year. It should structurally look something like this. But we did some good bleeding down here. Traded all the way down to a low of 678.55. Go to a monthly basis on this one really quick and see. This one might be a good trade here. This is a good look here. We have the initiation of a trade in May and June of 2024. Pumped all the way up here, came all the way back down, and traded just above the prior low. You see that right here? Just above this prior low. Didn't even get down to the monthly low over here. Actually, it's bullish not coming down that low. That's good to see. Now on a monthly basis, look right here. Bullish on Now after the close, as far as I can see. Hold on here. This is a beautiful wick right here on a monthly basis. Big fat wick. Attempting a breakout with the rest of the market. This is gorgeous structure right here. This is all beautiful. You want to see something like this? This is great going into an earnings. This is all beautiful right here. Nice targets on this one. ServiceNow, very bullish. Giant gap to close above here. This is beautiful. Love seeing that. We're not getting there right now, but I love seeing it up there. We have a gap to close lower here. And this could have to do with too many calls, memeing it up. There's one more gap down below here. This will get filled in likely in May. This is all nice structure. This all looks great. Now there's one structural problem with ServiceNow. I'm going to guess here that I haven't checked the put call ratio on this yet, but I'm going to assume that it's loaded to the tits in calls. It's got a huge move expected. 7.1%. That makes sense right there. And this up here looks great. So my initial reaction here is going to be saying 907. It's my take on now. Now I can't tell. I don't know that it trades exactly like Tesla. I think off their report today after the bell, the initial move is down. Let me just count this really quick. Oh yeah, this looks great. Okay. So I'm bullish on service now. There's one fly in the ointment. Not this. So here's O'Reilly. I'm bullish here, but there's one fly in the ointment here. So I want you to just look at this closely with me. I think you on an intraday basis, I think that you're going to close the gap down below and then race to the upside. So you could get a delayed move on now. Either after the bell, you get some kind of like doom downside move, or before the close today, a little bit of a downside move here. But I think it ultimately resolves to the upside. So I'm bullish on now with a price target of 920. Though I think that you need a spread to trade it. There's a better trade lower at 708, but that doesn't come until beginning of the month. Close the gap, up. So bullish on now. First price target of 874, or excuse me, 850. A back test. And then a move higher. So down, close the gap, 850. Let me just draw that in. Draw that in better. Down, new high. Here's your 850. It's like that. So here is now if you want to snip it. Downside move, close the gap, 789. Target, new high, and rejection at 850. This should be 850, 250, right here. Yeah, right in there. And then we should hit this high later in the week. Friday, maybe. Thursday, Friday, something like that. And we should crank up there, actually, I think. 882 and a half, and then we pull back and roll, consolidate to the downside. Bullish on now with a pullback into their close. Now, yesterday we saw some of that with Tesla. We saw some downside action. Yesterday we saw like a wick down. Like we wicked it down, and then we started to fill that candle in, started cranking to the upside. So bullish on now. We could get a little bit of a delayed reaction in here. If there's anything that I'm missing in here right now, it could be because it's not Tesla. Sometimes this happens with Tesla too, but if the options chain is fucked up, they could drop you down, right? Burn the next option expiry, which I think is Friday. 0-8 Friday for tech. You could see a delayed reaction to this move. Like Friday or Monday to make this move higher. So put some time on your, if you're bullish here, put spreads, put time on it. You could possibly even wait if you get pinned in here with no move, but they got a 7% move, so that's your downside move for your 7%, and then you'll get your upside move. There's a potential here that you could be waiting, or you're buying spreads that print later, like a nice bull ratio spread. With some time on it. Anyways, bullish on now, maybe delayed reaction. This ticker has good followers, good liquidity, but not as much as like a Tesla or Advanced Money Destroyer or Google or Tesla or like Apple, that kind of shit. NVDA. So bullish on now, though maybe a delayed reaction. The next one is Chipotle CMG 258. I'm kind of falling behind here. I wish I wasn't. CMG, I wanted to hit Apple and Intel. I'll do that in the background for you. As soon as we get this one done, we're going to go back to SPOOs. On this one here, it's kind of the same situation. CMG has had major issues, of course, with dining habits, cost of product, but mostly dining habits changing. CMG is. I related CMG to Howard Johnson's. You might not like. You might like CMG, but if you don't know Howard Johnson's, it used to be a huge hotel restaurant chain. You're getting older, and kids don't like that food like they used to. When I look at my daughters, their palate is nowhere near what my palate was when I was a kid. What they like for food. Sorry, I had the chat down. So there's something else fascinating about this, though, too. You've got this giant move here, right? 1, 2, 3. Is this corrective to make a nice new high on Chipotle? Or do we extend to the downside? We talked about this dilemma earlier, right? Let's take a look at it. This morning we talked about 3 and 5 moves, right? 1, 2, 3. Or is it 4, 5? In either case, though, this leg hasn't happened. You see that? There's still that leg, whether it's 1, 2, 3 to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or is it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Doesn't really matter. It's still an upside move, at least looking at this from a perspective of Elliot wave, looks great. On a velocity, daily looks great. Weekly looks like shit. Monthly looks like shit. Quarterly looks like shit. So that helps us. The daily helps us on an upside move on their report today. So I'm bullish on CMG. Let's check it on a 30-minute basis. But I'm bearish. This daily looks sexy here. The hourly looks like shit. Half hour looks like shit. 15-minute looks like shit. But the daily looks great. Now the weekly looks like terrible. And you can also see right now this monthly trigger is coming down, or weekly trigger is coming down. So even if we get this breakout, I would be afraid of this stock not getting away. This stock actually trading up only momentarily and then continuing to the downside. Whether it's flat or it's sharp to the upside, I think we're going to make at least one more leg lower. So we're not done going down on Chipotle in my view. What is that target? Is the big question, right? Let me just look at this one more time here. And there's the leg right here. It's this one last little move down here, $30 or so. Let's look at this really quick here. I find this I find all the past. Hold on here. I'm finding all of these tickers interesting here. What are we doing here? Are we losing the stream again? We can do this again. You can see the fight is right here. You can see the indecision candle on a monthly basis. It's parked right in the middle. It's like this like spinning top bullshit. This is all, it's not quite indecision, but you got a wick high, wick low. There's good squeeze potential on this. I agree with this being no-go zone. $59 top. It's a nasty double top up there too. Look at this down here. Like, price on CMG being stretched to the downside. Gap to close in the downside over here. This is the same setup as this is a very similar setup to SPY. Failure to break on the daily to the daily. A little bit of movement here and here. Trying to break out right now. There's this like consolidation here to go higher. What's the expected fucking move on this stock? I thought Chipotle moved. Jesus Christ. Chipotle's got a 7% move too. Oh yeah, baby. I like this one is nice for a straddle. This is a great straddle pick here. So this one is not priced. There's a mismatch in price here. And there's the gap down below. Maybe say Chipotle's living by the sword, living and dying by the sword. This is a fascinating one. So they're pricing in a bloodbath over here, but they're also pricing in a major move here to the upside. To wick above this weekly. Let's look at this one more time. And that looks like shit down there on the weekly basis, and monthly looks like shit too. Daily looks great. So up, down, down. Up. Down. Oof. All right. This is another fascinating one. Ready? Chipotle. Be very careful of Chipotle. Not now, but be careful of it for a summertime run. I think you're going to get either way, you're going up. And you're going to fail that right there. Oof. Why are we taking that out? That's why. God damn. Hold on a second here. Okay. We might need to look at this on a 4-hour basis. Okay. So 1 hour. I don't know how that's going to take into. I'm pretty fucking bearish on this stock here. I think it's going to help you out. There's something going on down here. So we got some structural issues here with Chipotle. So there's some juice over here. There's like nothing holding this stock up over here. There ain't shit holding it up. You could say that this is where support is right here. There's nothing holding that up from going away though, too. And I think this looms. If Chipotle puts in a new low, keep an eye on this stock. I think it's going to squeeze here today. We're going to trade $52 and then we'll trade $55. I think we go up or sweep the low, go up to 55.22. The only problem that I have here with Chipotle is structurally it looks like shit. It really does. And I wonder if this stock fails to go anywhere and it does not join in. It stays in its own, it stays inside of its own correction. Like even if it like putts along, it's still like gunning for this downside move. The stock looks like shit. I'm not a fan of it. I'm bullish on the close on this stock, but I am not bullish on a break of support at $44. This crossover here is vicious. And if we don't escape and break this new low up here, we reject this weekly, it's going to be on. So Chipotle, bearish. Bullish on the day. Let's go closer here. Downside target into the close. On Chipotle, 48 and change. Close the gap down here for the close. Nice little squeeze up. Participates. Just another reason to sell. Not a fan of this stock. Close these gaps above and start taking it down. When we get into this early May thing, even if it's just consolidating through July, it's heading lower. I would expect between now and in the fall, September, that we will trade $36 on this, regardless of what happens in here. Even if it takes time to pound it down, I'm super bearish on this stock. Over the long period, I am. I think it's just going to get sucked right back down into this. Momentum sucks on CMG. This could just be a liquidity grab up here to go lower. Man, I don't know, man. I think you're going to be lucky to get this squeeze here. I can't even say you're going to get it. I really can't. So how many? 7%? Yeah, I'm going to change this really quick. Hold on here. I don't even think you can get up there. And I also think straight back down there too. I'm gonna change my outlook here. I don't like this one at all. Well, I like it today. So I like this down move, this up move here. I think you fail to break out. I think you'll break out of this one here. You don't break out of this one right here. I think you fail it. You get that one though. And you're gonna suck this one up. You're gonna break this though. And then whatever this bullshit is, right there. Like whatever this nonsense is, you're going to get sucked right back down. I think it's a road to nowhere in this stock. If it improves, if you see big improvements, you'll see it on a weekly basis and a daily basis. And until conditions improve for this stock, I think it's just going to get sucked down into September. You can even trade this shit sideways for summertime, but I'm pretty fucking bearish on Chipotle. Here's June. September is over here. I think you're going to go something like that. You're going to get another drop down. Price target by September, 37.04. Underperform today and underperform in the summer. And you're gonna. I think there's distribution in here. I would need to see some real product. I would really need to see like a breakout above or something like that. I don't see that daily trigger coming up. I don't see that weekly trigger coming up. I see weekly getting extremely bearish. Yeah. Where the fuck? They're already in a bear market right here. They're underneath their monthly here. That's not good. Ultimately, price target $37 or a road to nowhere. I wonder if they're going to get bought out or something. I don't like Chipotle. I like it today, but that's it. So bullish on Chipotle. Long-term bearish. Expectations, CMG. Are we losing Spoon or going back down again? They're bleeding us out. Still murdering the chain right now on SPY. Going back down to retest the lows from 12 o'clock here. CMG. Downside target. 47, 40, I'm going to raise that up a little bit right there. $48 flat. We'll trade $52 in my view, 51 and change. And I don't like this stock. I don't like it at all. There's so much about this stock that I don't like. And I don't know the reasoning behind it. It wants to go down. And there's nothing holding this stock up from trading 37.04. I think that's an easy trade. I would be really wary of this stock in general. It's just waiting for a break of $45. Any highs in this stock, I'd be trying to sell it. Anything up here, 52. The only way that you could invalidate that would be if the stock can trade above 55. You need to see this fucking thing like squeeze. It's either there or from a low back up there. It's extremely bearish in my viewpoint. Not in the midterm, but you know, rest of the year. I'm not a fan of it. Okay, so that's CMG. Let's go back really quick and give some expectations here for end of the day today. We'll watch all three of these tickers as they report into the close. We'll go back to the trigger screen really quick. We're murdering the chain today. Just straight murdering chain. All of it. Straight murdering. Just take a viewpoint here. You got your move up, your move down, and then you move up to 52. And it's just been a series of kill into this close. I was afraid of this close today. This is the bud don't become the whole trade where they park us. This is that green box down below we didn't hit. Earlier we never hit this one, right? I'm like, let's hit that now and then just coast sideways. Squeezed us back up, brought us back down here, just murdering the chain into the close. And then what this does is it sets up a bear to say short the close. We'll miss these. We'll have bad reports today after the bell. We'll blast SPOOs down. Close the gap. There's the gap right here. And this is the tease. This is the big island right here. See it right there. And they're going to bring us all the way down in here. so that we can get the drop, right? And that's the tease, load up on puts for tomorrow. I am not on that trade in any way, shape, or form. I've got 0 dates for today, and I'm going to add 1 dates for tomorrow. But this is the bud, don't chase the whole trade. Or that's what it looks like to a lot of people usually. Here is that same target down below, 533.06, I think I've got on this trade. $532.73. Hold on here. Time has changed today. Right here. We'll have to buy calls a second time. Expectations still higher. Nothing's changed from the briefs. Nothing's changed all week. We had one outsized downsized move earlier in the week, but the briefs have all been the same for that upside move to 550. Just a note, we're checking the prior low right here. So you could see some squeezing. It'll still reverse to the downside. Still coming down here. Chipotle's got a little bit more down to come. Almost there in Chipotle to close the gap. Let's do 4. Okay. So on the downside, so we got Chipotle over here on the left. We're going to do now. Why does this stuff not Service now not showing up on this chart? Why does this stuff not carry over? Because we're not on hot stocks, maybe? What layout did I have this on? Did I lose? Hold on a second here, guys. Did I lose all of this stuff down here? I think I might have lost my work. Okay, we didn't lose the work. So why is this not showing the right layout? What am I doing wrong here? Hold on here. Right, there's CMG. I guess I'm missing some. I'm doing something wrong here. For some reason, I'm not getting the layouts. I'm fucking something up over here. I don't know what I'm fucking up. Well, anyways, I don't know why, but I'm not showing the layout.
ECB's Lane says dollar asset allocation has gone from overweight to a more natural kind of weighting.
Let's just see what I got going on here. I'm bullish on CMG. Now I've got delayed move higher. Close the gap and up. Okay. That works for me. All right, I guess we'll do it again. I mean, the layout is there, but the four... There's CMG. There's now. 3:33. Another half an hour left. Show this to you here. There. SPOO's not giving up its low from earlier at 12 o'clock. CMG almost done closing its gap. ServiceNow has not closed its gap. So there's CMG Now, IBM. Here's O'Reilly. And I'm bearish on O'Reilly Auto Parts over here. They've almost finished closing their gap. IBM weak right now. Still no gap close on CMG. Now hasn't given up their gap at all. SPY starting to come back down again to the downside. Target to the downside here on SPY is 532.73 if we can get it. Squeezing on the low from earlier this afternoon at 12:30ish. Almost there on IBM, excuse that. No, that yeah, CMG. Why does this do this? Still don't understand. I don't understand why the layouts aren't correlating. Almost there for Chipotle. ServiceNow not moving at all, and it has a gap to close at 775. IBM trading down, holding right now, which it should be. IBM should be done going down. Come down a little bit more, SPY. A little bit, tiny bit more. A little tiny bit more. Are we done there? Tiny bit. We're so close right now. We're splitting hairs here in a minute chart. We're so fucking close here. Like here. Squeeze-o-rama.
So just a reminder, in about less than 10 minutes time, we're expected to hear from RBA's Governor Bullock, speaking in a panel in Washington about tokenization and the financial system and adapting to the new landscape at IMF spring meetings in Washington, D.C.
Give me a second here, guys. Yeah, like all of our numbers look good for this quarter. We had a couple like outliers. I'm looking at durable goods right now and spend and deficit. The deficit is fucking moving right now. We just passed a spending bill extension. I don't know. I'm going with positive on durable goods. And the expectation on durable goods is a huge beat. Existing home sales should be shit. That's at 10 a.m. Look at existing home sales. What are they expecting on this? It should be lower, right? What are they expecting? Existing home sales are 4%. Yeah. What's the expectation now, though? So the previous was 4.26 million. The consensus is 4.13 million. The forecast is 4.18 million. I think we miss on existing home sales. But we beat on durable goods at 8:30 in the morning. There, it is like existing home sales is lagging from their data, but we're squeezing again here. Let's just stay right here and watch this closely. CMG just wicked its lower candle here. It's got a little more down to come, but a little more down to come. ServiceNow has not moved. It's just parked. I think they're going to wipe. ServiceNow, man, looks like it just wants to murder calls. I think I said to you earlier that now ServiceNow should have a delayed reaction. Like you have like a downside move to 773 and then it just parks. And you might not get the Rampo-Rama on now until Friday or Monday of next week. IBM holding up just fine. It hit its downside target from earlier today. It's held up just fine. There is a new low on the day here from 330, implying another downside move, but I don't see it. Maybe a quick jackknife down to 243, but then it should go high. Bullish and I about WM. I think O'Reilly gets sold no matter what happens to that. You wake up with it red, I think. I'll have to look at the charts afterwards.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
I don't want to add any one dates for tomorrow unless we can get down here. I want to get as far down as I can. My calls look like dog shit. They're worthless. Not a penny. Never sold them. Left them on all day long. They've finally murdered the upside move. They're literally zero. The target up here, gone. The target's easy now because we've murdered all those fucking calls. And they were hot. They were doing pretty well up here. And I was on a phone call with a hotel. I was trying to book a hotel. And I should have taken them off, but I never did. I just left them on. Let's look at tomorrow. Tomorrow's are only 53 cents. 52 cents. Those are cheap too. O'Reilly with the gap almost closed. They're priced in for a 9% upside move, I believe. IBM getting bullish as we come into the close. Now not closing their gap at all. CMG looking bullish here. They never closed their gap either before the bell. IBM beginning to peek its head up. I've got this all written down here. I've got O'Reilly and bearish, although it could trade its upside expected move, but ultimately bearish. IBM. Oh, what the fuck I got on this? Bullish on IBM. Now I've got delayed bullish up. CMG bullish in the short term, bearish in the long term. CMG now seeing a
1
pump.
minute's going until we get the market on close imbalance data.
O'Reilly weak. IBM starting to squeeze higher now. IBM driving the market higher as well, driving SPY higher. No movement on now. CMG poking its head up right now. SPY squeezing. SPY with a high tick of 536.61.
Market on close imbalance. S&P 500 buy side 2.3 billion. Nasdaq 100 buy side 1.6 billion. Dow 30 buy side 767 million, and Mag 7 buy side 550 million.
Wrapping in the bears down here. Don't become the whole, bud. This is trend right here. IBM screaming higher right now, 245.46. It's the most bullish stock of the 4 picks that we picked today. Now is the second most bullish stock, but it looks like it's going to be delayed. Even right now, it's delayed. CMG is bullish briefly, but looks like it'll be bearish coming into summer or sideways. O'Reilly is bearish too. O'Reilly might get the squeeze higher, but once they get their guidance, I think the guidance is going to be negative. If you see any squeeze on O'Reilly, take the money and run at 1,400.
So it takes us 10 minutes or about 8 minutes to go until we get Texas Instrument Q1 2025 earnings with an EPS estimate of $1.07 and a revenue estimate of $3.91 billion.
IBM driving the market right now.
10 past 4 p.m. Eastern Time. We had IBM Q1 2025 earnings as well with an EPS estimate of $1.42 and a revenue estimate of $14.40 billion.
IBM beginning to crank right now. SPY turning around. No bearish close right now for SPOOs. Bears were looking for slipping into the close here for a bloodbath into tomorrow to close the gap. Right now, their hopes are fading, trapping them in yet again to go higher and trade 550. Now trading 536.45. Bears hoping, begging, and pleading. SPX now magneted back to 54 or 53.80, heading back to 5,400. Call Gamma still at 5,400 and 5,500. ES with the bar on high still at 5,500. Now about to wake up. 7 minutes left until the bell. I got my one dates for tomorrow are looking good. They're up 10 cents right now. My one dates for today look like dog shit. I'm actually making back my money for my zero dates. I'm still down like 16, 17 cents. Now down 14, 15 cents on zero dates for one dates tomorrow. I'm actually going to make my zero dates back with my one dates, hopefully, into this close. Hopefully. Trading 67 right now. I don't want to see the pullback here. I don't want to see the eraser.
Five minutes ago until we get text
Come on, baby.
earnings Q1 2025 with an EPS estimate of $1.07 and a revenue estimate of $3.91 billion.
Now looks fucking great. I mean, I don't know if it's just dragging ass or it's just not moving. Like, I'm a little concerned here. I was hoping that now would like bloodbath a little bit, but it hasn't fucking moved. CMG looking good for the upside move right now. They still haven't closed the gap down here at 48.05, but IBM pumping. This was the most bull of all four picks. This was my favorite. Now, of course, watch them come out and fucking miss. But they look great right now. IBM now trading 246.01 into the bell. They don't report until after, I think, 4:10 p.m. SPY trying to regain upside traction again to stay on track to trade 550. Need a little bit of good reports in a good, durable, goods order to get us moving tomorrow. I fucked up, dude, like 59 cents? What the fuck? I need this shit to start mooning. I can't stand getting like 1 dates and 3 dates. I need the move. I'm too lazy to just take the move and jump in and out, in and out, in and out the whole way up right now. The guy was fucking in like right here. You know, we're down to 58 cents right now. They were 53 down here. That's right. Get back up to 60. We'll look. I don't know why the layouts aren't showing down here, but we'll check these layouts tomorrow and see how they performed. See what we hit and miss, because we're 2 for 2 right now, which is pretty good. Pretty good. ER. We usually do good with ERs. Usually we hit like 70% of our picks. So I want to track them again this season and see if we can hit at least that. If we can hit 7 out of 10, I'd be happy. Having like hotel booking issues right now. Pissing me off. There's no, like, I'm looking for a hotel right now, and this fucking city is so busy that there's like nothing high end. There's no high end hotel like suites or anything. It's all garbage shit hotels that are available. There's like a big like concert and a big baseball game or something, and then a big huge event in the city. I'm trying to get a room. And it's just not happening. Like like earlier, I was like on the phone, like one place had a room open, but then they were charging the same price for an entry-level shit room that you can get at a pimped out like suite in a boutique shit.
One minute to go now until we get Texas Instruments Q1 2025 earnings.
1 minute to the close. Couple notes here. Brief has not changed. If you check the chart that I posted and pinned to my Twitter, we hit our upside target today.
At 10 past the hour, expecting
our next our downside target we hit as well. 535 was the downside target. So your next upside target is 550. Remember from the brief last night when I talked to you about sellers stepping in early to try to stop these upside moves. Be aware of that with volatility being as high as it is. We'll stick around here for 4:15, whatever reports come out, and we'll be back with you tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning.
Still waiting on the earnings.
CMG heading higher after the bell. IBM backtesting its 1-minute trigger. IBM turning back up.
$1.28. $1.28. A beat on the estimate of $1.07.
Texas Instruments with a beat.
$4.07 billion. $4.07 billion. A beat on the estimate of $3.91 billion. First quarter operating revenue of $1.32 billion. A beat on the estimate of $1.18 billion. They see second quarter revenue of $4.17 billion to $4.53 billion to $4.53 billion compared to the estimate of $4.12 billion. Second quarter EPS seen at $1.21 to $1.47 compared to the estimate of $1.21. And they see their capex and also first quarter capex at $1.12 billion, a miss on the estimate of $1.18 billion.
Texas Instruments trading a high of 166.19 right now. That's a gorgeous looking ticker too. Trading up to its first target, 166. Second target, 172.79. No reaction from SPOOs. Texas Instruments, EPS $1.28. The estimate was 107. The revs 407 billion. The estimate was 3.91 billion. Seven minutes left here. No drastic moves yet on any of these other tickers. Remember that we have Alphabet tomorrow. There's some shit rag articles coming out about Alphabet, some doom articles are popping up on the screen trying to doom up Alphabet. Alphabet faces threat of an ad slowdown, but here's what could save it. Sounds like horse shit. O'Reilly almost closing the gap down below. IBM building the base to go higher. Now looks bullish. CMG looking bullish. I don't think these reports come in until 10 or until 4:10. Some of these reports might be after 4:15. Market parked sideways awaiting. TXN giving back some of its gains, but it did come into some resistance. And it also made a new high on that resistance. Initially up, I think 7%. That might be the whole move. If TXN comes back, oh, that's why. So TXN hit
About 5 minutes ago until we get IBM Q1 2025 earnings with an EPS estimate of $1.42 and a revenue estimate of $14.40 billion.
So there's natural sellers here on TXN, but they could still hit. You want to see TXN hit $175.
Pro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real.
It just has mechanical selling on it right now. If it comes back and closes the gap at 148.18, it should trade next 175.40 on TXN. $407, waiting for 410 for the next report. Oh, it was a long ass day. I was up and out last night, right? I got so tired. I had a bunch of shit I had to do last night. I went to sleep last night and I hit the bed like rocks. I was out. I think yesterday I worked like, I don't know, 4 in the morning until 10
with an
at night.
operating EPS of $1.60, a beat on the estimate of $1.42, a revenue $14.54 billion, a beat on the estimate of $14.4 billion, software revenue $6.34 billion, a beat on the estimate of $6.3 billion, still sees fiscal year free cash flow about $13.5 billion, missed on the estimate of $13.72 billion. Consulting revenue $5.07 billion, in line with the expected $5.07 billion.
I'll read this to you here in a minute. As soon as it pops up here again. TXN coming back for more. When these next figures come out, I'm going to read the last ones to you from TXN. Their EPS, or their estimate was $1.07. Their EPS was $1.28. Their estimate for revs was $3.91 billion. Their revs were actually $4.07 billion. The estimate on CapEx was $1.18 billion. They only have $1.12, so that was a miss. They see second quarter EPS $1.21 to $1.47. The estimate was $1.21, so that's bullish. See second quarter revs 4.17 billion to 4.53 billion. They had an estimate of 4.12 billion. So they have upbeat outlook. Operational profit, the estimate was 1.18 billion. They came in at 1.32. So TXN looking great. This must be on the changing economy trade. IBM had an operating EPS of, or an estimate of $1.42. They came in at $1.60 with a beat.
Shares of IBM climbing about 5% after second quarter revenue forecast tops estimate.
We got ServiceNow screaming higher right now.
$1 billion to $16.75 billion.
IBM mooning right now.
$28 billion.
ServiceNow mooning right now. Shitty CMG hitting their downside target like nobody's business. CMG hitting $45 in that bullshit range. ServiceNow cranking, and they didn't get a delayed reaction. They traded 880, 875 right now. IBM cranking to the upside. CMG looks like dog shit still. Piece of shit stock. Come on, CMG. At least give me the upside move before you go to the depths of hell. Before you go down there and trade $36 and want my upside goddamn target hit. Don't fail us yet. ServiceNow doing great. If you had some spreads or whatever, if you can get out of them, now looks beautiful. IBM with a beat, beautiful. O'Reilly, dogging still. Oh God, look at CMG. CMG and O'Reilly are the two worst stocks that we had today. But I think O'Reilly is later down the road, and I think CMG is nearer. Like, I think O'Reilly takes all year long. CMG, man, it just looks like shit. It really does. It doesn't look good. It just needs to go. It just needs to trade $36. You know who else looked like that yesterday was ENPH. I couldn't see it because I was looking for like 2 minutes. And then afterwards I looked and I was like, fuck no. ENPH needs to give up the reins. It needs to it needs a capitulation. And I want to say CMG needs the same bullshit. Capitulation. Nice trade on ServiceNow, trading a top so far of 928 cents. Yeah, fuck CMG. Fucking go to fucking Chipotle and they're like, did you guys see that? Did you guys see that post I had about Chipotle on Twitter? It's the same guy with the Zipple. And he was asking for like white rice or something on his burrito, and they told him no. So he built a burrito with just the juice, like rice juice, bean juice, meat juice. And then he forced the guy to roll it up for him. There was like nothing in the burrito but just slosh and crap. Chipotle dogging right now. We got 2 minutes left here. SPY recovering. IBM now trading to the downside after hitting its upside target, trading back to its daily trigger. CMG dogging. O'Reilly's still dogging. So I don't think we get these reports until after the bell. What we'll do is we'll look back on these tickers tomorrow. We'll take a look and see how close we were on the outcomes. And we'll monitor these tickers after as well. Somewhere out there, there's a financial advisor that just popped off IBM. I'm going to take my 260 and I'm going to get out of my IBM right now. Look at IBM. But give the squeeze. Yeah, there's the squeeze right there from Tuesday. CMG dogging right now. All right, 1 minute left. I'll see all of you guys tomorrow, 9:30 in the morning. No changes in outlook. Still up for 550. There's likely, as you know, there's going to be sellers. They're going to tell you the same thing. They're going to race that gap to the downside tomorrow. Their hope hinges upon durable goods being negative. They do have a chance with existing home sales, but that data is quite delayed. I think that's still a miss. And we also will want to be watching for sentiment and, of course, headline risk. All day long today, all we got was Besant this, Trump that, Ukraine this, Russia that, Trump, Besant, Ukraine, Russia. Do I have it all? Do I have all three of those? That's a gorgeous beat. IBM has a good beat. Texas Instruments has a good beat. CMG dogging right now. All right, 4:15. Can't do shit. We got no trades in cash market. I'll see all of you guys tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning. And if I can do something, I'll try to do is I'll do an alphabet chart tonight and post it in the brief. I'll give you the alphabet expectations in tonight's. I'll do a brief tonight with that specific stock.